Good evening and welcome. Wherever you are listening from, whether you're settling beneath warm blankets, resting your head against a comfortable pillow, or sitting quietly in a dim room, letting your breathing slow, I invite you now to let the world become gentle and to let yourself drift into a calmer rhythm. Tonight, we are going on a soft, unhurried walk through a place that existed thousands of years ago in the warm lands of the ancient Near East, in the peaceful world of Sumer. But don't worry, this isn't a sharp or dramatic tale. There will be no battles, no kings making proclamations, no flashing moments of tension. Tonight is simply about life. A quiet day in a quiet city, lived by quiet people who woke with the sun, worked under wide skies, shared meals, told stories, and slept beneath gentle starlight. As you listen, you may notice your eyelids growing heavy, your breath deepening, and your mind loosening its grip on the day. This is a safe story, made only of soft edges, meant to lull you into rest. So, let's begin. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a Sumerian city, perhaps in Ur, or Lagash, or Eridu, a place where low houses curve gently against one another, built of sun-dried mud brick the color of toasted bread, and arranged in winding paths rather than perfect lines. The sun is only beginning to rise. Its light touches the edges of the rooftops, and the shadows still linger in the narrow streets, cool, dark, and silent. You feel the soft warmth of the air, slightly dusty, but pleasant, with the scent of distant reeds carried in from the marshlands. A stray breeze moves slowly through the alleys, lifting a thin cloud of dust that glows faintly in the dawn light before settling again as quietly as a breath. The city is just beginning to stir. You might hear, very faintly, someone sliding open a wooden door, or the sleepy grunt of a goat stretching its neck after a long night of stillness. No one is hurrying. In ancient Sumer, the day unfolds like a long exhale. The people rise with the sun and let the morning greet them gently. Step with me now into one of the small homes tucked along a side street. The doorway is low, and the threshold is cool beneath your bare feet. Inside, the house is simple, peaceful, and quiet. The walls are smooth, made of mud brick plastered with clay, and painted in soft tones, not bright colors, but the earthy shades of riverbanks and warm soil. A small courtyard sits in the center, open to the sky. This is where light enters, soft, warm, unhurried morning light that falls gently on everything it touches. A clay pot waits against the wall. Its surface is slightly damp because it was filled with fresh water last night. Condensation keeps it cool, refreshing for the day ahead. You hear a few soft sounds, the clink of a simple copper tool, the rustle of straw used for sweeping, and the gentle hum of someone preparing bread. The family is beginning their day quietly. No rush, no haste. Simply the rhythm of life, as calm as a slow breath. In the courtyard, someone kneels beside a small grinding stone. Their movements are slow and steady, round and circular, the grains of barley turning into flour with a sound almost like a whisper. Soon, another figure, maybe a mother, maybe an older sister, mixes the flour with water. The dough is soft, cool to the touch, smelling faintly of earth and grain. When it's ready, she presses it gently against a clay surface, pats it into a flat round shape, and places it near a simple hearth. There's no roaring fire, just glowing embers, quiet and steady. The bread begins to warm, its aroma rising slowly through the courtyard. A soft, comforting scent, pleasant and familiar. Someone stirs a small pot of warm beer or barley broth nearby. Not strong, just nourishing. A typical breakfast for a Sumerian family. The morning grows brighter, but still, everything moves at its own gentle pace. Now step back outside and take a slow walk down one of the narrow city streets. The sunlight is growing, but it's still mild and soft. You hear the muted greetings of neighbors as they begin sweeping dust from the front of their homes. A potter rolls open his workshop door, a simple sheet of woven reeds, and begins arranging his wares, bowls, jugs, lamps, and storage jars, decorated with delicate lines and gentle curves. A pair of children trot past, carrying small baskets. Their laughter is quiet, not loud or startling, just the easy sound of a day beginning. Somewhere, a group of donkeys clip-clop across the packed earth, their hooves tapping softly, their carts rattling lightly behind them. Sumer is awake, but not rushed, not loud, not tense, just alive and calm. Sumer was a land shaped by water, not oceans, not lakes, but long, winding canals, the lifelines of the cities. Walk with me now toward one of these gentle waterways. The path is dusty, but the closer you get, the cooler the air becomes. The canal water moves slowly, so slowly that you can see the reflection of the sky shimmering on its surface. Reeds sway softly at the edges, thin, green, whispering reeds that rustle every time a soft breeze passes by. A farmer leads a pair of oxen toward a small irrigation gate. He lifts the wooden lever with slow, practiced movements, allowing a trickle of water to slide into a narrow channel that feeds his field. The oxen snort quietly, their bodies warm, their tails flicking at gentle flies. Nearby, a boatman pushes a reed boat from the shore. The paddle dips quietly into the water, barely making a splash. He moves smoothly, as though guiding the boat with his breath. These peaceful canals carried goods, water, and stories, and life here flowed as calmly as the current. As the sun climbs, you find yourself near the city's marketplace, but it's not noisy, not chaotic, just softly alive. Traders arrange baskets of dates, rich, sweet fruit, shining like little drops of amber. Women set out clay jars filled with oil pressed from sesame seeds. A fisherman lays out his morning catch, each fish placed gently on a reed mat, still damp from the river. You hear small conversations, warm greetings, gentle negotiations, soft laughter. Someone plays a low, calming melody on a simple lyre. The notes drift through the warm air like feathers, light and unhurried. The marketplace in Sumer is not a place of urgency. It is a place of connection, of rhythm, of daily life weaving quietly into the hours. Step into the potter's workshop for a moment. The shade feels cool, the air scented with clay, earthy, damp, soothing. In the center of the room sits a slow-turning wheel. The potter leans forward, hands steady, movements fluid. He shapes the clay gently, the walls of a bowl rising from the spinning mound as though growing on their own. His fingertips glide smoothly, leaving faint ripples that circle the vessel like calm waves. A few finished pots rest nearby, their surfaces drying in the warm air. Some are decorated with simple repeating lines, patterns inspired by water, by reeds, by this steady rhythm of life. Nothing here is rushed. Nothing here is forced. Clay becomes pottery in the same gentle pace that morning becomes afternoon. Now wander with me to a small building where a group of young learners sit on low benches. The air smells faintly of clay cablets, soft squares of mud that will later be baked into permanence. These children are future scribes. You can hear the soft taps of a reed stylus pressing wedges into the still damp surface. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, barely even noticeable. Just tiny marks forming tiny words in the earliest writing system known to history. Their teacher, a patient elder, moves slowly between them. He speaks in low tones, correcting gently, guiding carefully. A breeze enters through the doorway, fluttering the edge of a woven curtain. It carries the scent of warm earth and the distant hint of bread. The children keep writing, calm, focused, content. Let's leave the city walls for a while and walk into the open fields. The sky here feels enormous, a pale, quiet blue stretching endlessly above you. Farmers move methodically, checking barley stalks, adjusting irrigation channels, tying simple reed markers along the field edges. The fields hum softly with the sound of insects moving lazily through the warm air. Occasionally, you might hear a shepherd calling gently to his flock in the distance, a long, melodic sound that blends seamlessly with the wind. The earth beneath your feet is warm and firm. The scent of soil and river water fills the still air. You stand for a moment, just breathing, feeling the peace of open land that has fed generations of Sumerian families. Life here is steady, predictable, comforting. Back in the city, follow a path toward a shaded courtyard where a group of weavers sit. Their looms are simple, made of wood and tensioned cords. The workers move their hands with slow expertise, thread over thread, line over line. You can hear the soft rhythmic clacking of wooden parts tapping together, a quiet repetitive sound that almost feels like a lullaby. The textiles they create are usually undyed, soft whites and browns from sheep's wool and plant fibers. A few women talk among themselves, their voices low, sharing small stories about the day's work, or about their families, or about the weather. Nothing heavy, nothing dramatic, just the gentle companionship of people who work side by side. By midday, the sun sits high in the sky. The heat deepens, but life slows to match it. Most people stop working now and gather for a calm midday meal. Under a bit of shade, perhaps beneath an awning or inside a cool courtyard, they sit together. A bowl of lentils, a plate of bread, some dates, a jug of water still cool from the clay vessel where it rested overnight. They eat slowly, talking softly, pausing often to rest and let the quiet warmth of the day settle. Children nibble on pieces of bread and giggle softly over small private jokes. A cat wanders nearby, tail curling lazily, hoping for a stray morsel. Everything is still. Everything is slow. Everything is peaceful. As the meal ends, the atmosphere becomes sleepy. The heat encourages rest. The shadows grow long. A hush falls across the streets. Some people nap. Some continue weaving or carving, but at a slower, dreamier pace. A potter tips his head back and closes his eyes for a moment. A group of scribes stretch out on mats, their tablets set aside, basking in the warmth. A shepherd reclines under a tree, listening to the soft bleating of a few lingering sheep. Everything seems to breathe with the same gentle rhythm. The entire city drifting in a warm, quiet stillness. Walk slowly now to the temple precinct, not to witness rituals or ceremonies, but to feel the peaceful serenity of the open courtyards. The temple walls rise high, solid and quiet. Their surfaces are cool to the touch, made of baked brick that carries the memory of the sun from earlier hours. In the courtyard, you might see a priestess sweeping slowly, her motions gentle and deliberate, or a caretaker refilling a small offering bowl with water or grain. They move quietly, with reverence, but not intensity. The temple is not frightening or imposing here. It is simply a calm presence, a place where people come to express gratitude, to leave small offerings, to feel connected to something that gives comfort.
The air is faintly scented with the smoke of a tiny incense burner. Nothing strong, just a soft trace of cedar or resin. You linger for a moment, breathing slowly, letting the stillness settle around you. As the afternoon shifts into early evening, the air cools slightly. Musicians begin to gather near the marketplace. They bring lyres, flutes, small drums, but the music they play is not loud or energetic. It is soft, slow, like a gentle story told through sound. A few families pause to listen. A child rests her head against her mother's shoulder. A man leans against a wall with his eyes closed, letting the slow melody carry him into calmness. The notes drift upward into the golden evening light, mingling with the scent of early cooking fires. The city feels alive but peaceful, a community unwinding together. As the sun sinks lower, families return home. Inside each courtyard, a small fire is lit, just enough to warm a pot. You hear soft chopping as vegetables are prepared. You hear the gentle bubbling of broth in a clay vessel. Someone stirs lentils with a long wooden spoon, and their movements make the fire crackle quietly. A mother hands a child a piece of bread to tear apart for the stew. A father adjusts the embers to keep the flame low and steady. Sometimes neighbors share meals, a bowl passed over a low wall, or a few dates exchanged with a friendly smile. The scent of cooking fills the evening air, soft, familiar, comforting. When darkness deepens, lanterns begin to glow. Their light is warm and subtle, the soft flicker of oil burning through the wick. Homes look golden now, their walls reflecting the gentle shimmer of flame. Children sit close together, listening to their parents tell calm stories about old times, or simple lessons, or memories of their own childhoods. No one shouts, no one hurries. Nighttime in Sumer is a time for slowing down, for closing the day peacefully, for letting the mind grow quiet. Finally, step outside with me one last time. The air is cooler now, soft against your skin. Above you, the sky is vast, filled with stars, bright, ancient stars that the Sumerians studied with wonder and patience. They believed the sky was a map of divine stories, a quiet guide to the cycles of life. You lie down on a woven mat outside a small home. The ground beneath you is warm from the day, but cooling slowly. A faint breeze rustles the nearby reeds. A family settles into sleep in the room beside you. Quiet breathing, gentle shifting, the soft murmur of dreams. The city grows still, like a great resting creature. And you, too, begin to drift. As you rest under the Sumerian sky, your mind becomes lighter, your thoughts slower, your breath softer. The stars above glimmer like ancient lanterns, steady and soothing. You feel yourself sinking into calmness, into stillness, into the warm embrace of deep rest. The city of Sumer fades gently around you. Its streets, its courtyards, its soft voices, its peaceful rhythms. But the feeling remains, the warmth, the quiet, the steady pulse of a day lived simply and peacefully. Allow yourself to drift slowly, comfortably, safely into sleep. Good night, and may your dreams be as gentle as ancient Sumer. Imagine now that the night has passed and you wake gently near the edge of the reed marshes that stretch out beyond the city. The air is cool, a soft coolness that brushes your skin without startling you. Mist curls lightly above the water, thin and silvery, like a veil being lifted by unseen hands. The reeds sway with the tiniest movements of air, their long leaves whispering in a slow, rustling language. Frogs croak quietly. Birds call out with mellow, melodic sounds that echo across the marsh. A fisherman stands in shallow water, barely up to his knees. He holds a simple woven net, and his motions are gentle, almost meditative. Dip, lift, drip. He doesn't rush. He doesn't strain. He just waits for a fish to glide near, letting the rhythm of the marsh guide his hands. Nearby, a small reed boat rests against the muddy shore. Its hull, made from bundled reeds, is light and slightly damp. It will carry its owner slowly through quiet channels when the sun climbs higher. For now, everything remains hushed and peaceful, and you breathe it in like a soft fragment of a dream. As you walk back along a soft dirt path, you come across a group of brickmakers beginning their day. This part of Sumer always smells faintly of wet clay, earthy, clean, almost comforting. The workers scoop thick mud into simple wooden frames set out in a nice line. A man smooths the surface with the flat of his hand. Another lifts the frame carefully so the brick can rest in the warm sun to dry. They speak little. Most communication comes from small gestures, a nod, a half smile, a gentle wave of thanks. The drying bricks form rows of soft reds and browns, each one warming gradually as the day begins.
These bricks will later become someone's wall, someone's courtyard, someone's oven, someone's home. And the knowledge of that seems to make their quiet work feel meaningful, steady, and calm. You feel it too, that gentle certainty that things are built one peaceful step at a time. In the distance, soft clouds gather over the horizon. They're not dark or threatening. Instead, they move slowly, diffusing the morning light into a pale, silvery glow. A few Sumerians pause in their work to glance up at the sky. Not out of fear, but simple curiosity. The weather in these lands is a familiar companion, and when clouds drift slowly, it often means a cooler day ahead. You hear a relaxed murmur of voices, people remarking quietly that the breeze feels pleasant, or that the fields will be grateful for a touch of shade. Then their voices fade and the city returns to its steady rhythm. The clouds move on, unhurried, painting the sky in soft, muted shades that make everything feel even more like a dream. Now we step toward a small workshop where a carpenter is beginning his day's craft. The scent of freshly cut wood fills the warm air. Clean, resinous, grounding. Wood is precious in Sumer, since trees are not abundant. Each piece is used carefully, with respect. The carpenter sits cross-legged on a smooth mat. He holds a simple adze with a copper blade and shapes a beam with slow, careful strokes. Shavings curl away from the wood like soft ribbons, falling silently to the floor. A young apprentice watches closely, eyes half-lidded with focus, absorbing each movement. The carpenter explains in a quiet voice, not lecturing, but guiding. A gentle correction here, a patient demonstration there, everything done softly. The finished pieces, small stools, boxes, tools, and frames rest on a shelf nearby. Each one is simple, but beautifully made. Not ornate, not flashy, just functional and smooth and pleasant to the touch. In this place, you feel the quiet pride of people who work with their hands and their hearts. You leave the workshop and wander toward a grove of tall date palms. Their slender trunks rise gracefully toward the sky, and their fronds sway with gentle movements that almost resemble the slow stretching of sleepy arms. The grove smells sweet, a warm, honey-like scent from the ripening fruit. A few workers collect dates using long poles fitted with small baskets. They tap the clusters gently, letting ripe dates fall with soft thuds onto woven mats below. A woman sorts the fruit into piles, some for eating, some for drying, some for making sweet syrup. She hums quietly as she works, a soothing tune, slow and steady, as though sung to lull the trees themselves. You pause beneath a palm and feel the shade wrap around you like a cool embrace. The grove is peaceful, a place where time moves softly, where life feels full but never rushed. You find yourself again near a potter's yard, this time in the warm glow of early afternoon. The potter is preparing to fire a batch of carefully shaped vessels. The kiln is modest, a rounded dome made of clay and brick. The potter arranges the pieces inside with slow, thoughtful precision. He leaves just enough space between each pot so the heat will surround them evenly. Nothing clangs, nothing bangs. Every sound is muted, a soft setting of clay, a quiet sliding of a vessel, a gentle adjustment of a stack. Once everything is ready, the potter seals the opening and feeds the fire with small bundles of dried reeds. Flames catch slowly, glowing orange and gold. They crackle softly, a comforting, familiar noise. This process takes hours. The potter sits nearby and waits with patience passed down through generations. He doesn't rush. He watches the kiln breathe, a warm, pulsing glow that reflects in his calm eyes. As you sit with him, you feel time stretch peacefully like a long, contented sigh. Not far from the kiln, a group of children play a simple game in the dust. They draw shapes in the ground with little sticks, circles, lines, tiny figures with triangular bodies. They push small clay balls through winding paths they traced moments earlier. Their laughter is light, soft, never loud enough to break the afternoon calm. One child builds a tiny clay house, complete with miniature pots and a tiny round bread oven. Another pretends to be a merchant, offering imaginary goods in exchange for smooth pebbles. A baby toddles nearby, carrying a reed basket as though it is a grand treasure. The scene feels timeless, the joyful simplicity of childhood unchanged across millennia. And you smile gently, feeling your heart soften with the warmth of it. As the sun begins to sink toward the horizon, people gather quietly around a familiar place, a small open space between homes, where an old storyteller takes his seat each evening. He sits on a low stool, his posture relaxed, his voice soft but warm. Tonight he tells a gentle tale, nothing dramatic, just a quiet story about the time the river brought unexpected blessings, or how the date palms grew especially sweet one year, or how a friendly dog helped find a lost lamb. The children listen with wide, sleepy eyes. Adults smile softly, letting the words drift into the gathering dusk. The storyteller's voice rises and falls like a calm tide. There are pauses where he lets silence do the talking. No one feels impatient. No one interrupts. It is a moment of connection, soft and warm and ancient. And as the sky turns from gold to rose to violet, you feel the story settling into your mind like a cozy blanket. Many Sumerian homes have flat roofs, quiet, comfortable places for families to gather when the heat of the day fades. Climb a small set of clay steps onto one such roof now. The air is cooler. A faint breeze moves gently. Lanterns glow below, scattering warm light through doorways and streets. On this rooftop, a family sits together. They've brought blankets, a few cushions, and a small basket of figs. They talk quietly, simple things. How the fields looked today, how the bread turned out, how tall the youngest child has grown. The mother braids her daughter's hair with relaxed, steady hands. A father hums a tune while carving a small wooden toy. A baby sleeps with a tiny fist curled against a soft blanket. Above them, the evening sky deepens, darkening in shades of blue and violet. The first stars appear, faint but comforting, and you sit with them, feeling completely safe, completely calm, completely present. Imagine now the rooftops behind you, and your steps leading slowly, softly, back down into the street. The night is calm, but the city isn't fully asleep yet. Little stalls remain open, not loud, not bustling, but glowing gently with lantern light. A woman sells warm bread she baked just before dusk. You can smell it, soft, toasty, with a faint hint of barley sweetness. A man sits behind a low table covered in small clay trinkets, miniature figurines of sheep, bulls, and tiny house gods, each with rounded features and peaceful expressions. Children hold their parents' hands, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. No one rushes, no one negotiates fiercely. Here, the night market is less a place of commerce and more a soft gathering place, a place where the day winds down gently into night. A musician plucks slow notes on a lyre nearby. The melody floats between the stalls like drifting feathers. And as you walk, the sounds soften further until they feel like part of your own breathing. Venture now toward a quiet room where a single lantern burns on a small wooden table. This is the home of a scribe, an older man with steady hands and thoughtful eyes. He sits cross-legged with a clay tablet resting on his knee. The lantern's glow shines across his stylus as he presses gentle marks into the clay. Slow strokes, tiny wedges, the calm geometry of cuneiform. But tonight, he is not documenting trade or measuring grain or recording debts. Tonight, he writes a peaceful poem for his own heart. A few soft lines about the moon rising over the river, about the gentle hush that falls over the fields at night, about the warmth of family sleeping nearby. He pauses often, not out of frustration, but simply to savor the stillness between thoughts. When he finishes, he reads the lines quietly, under his breath. His voice is soft. The words feel warm. You can almost see the shapes of the poem glowing in the lantern light. Then he sets the tablet aside to dry overnight, and he leans back, exhaling softly, another day complete. Further along the city's edge, a small herd of goats rests in a fenced enclosure. They bleat softly, little murmurs mixed with long, sleepy sighs. Their keeper, an elderly woman with calm, patient eyes, sits nearby on a low stool, spinning wool. The spindle turns slowly, dropping gently, twisting fibers into a soft, pale thread. Her movements are practiced in rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Some goats nuzzle her knee, seeking a gentle scratch between their horns. Others chew lazily on leftover wreaths. The enclosure smells faintly of warm animals and sun-dried straw, a comforting scent, earthy and safe. You stay a while, listening to the quiet rhythm of spindle and breath, and the soft rustling of wool. In this place, the world feels simple, steady, and endlessly kind. Now, walk with me back to the canals. At night, they become mirrors. The still water reflects the stars in small shimmering ripples, as though the sky above has a twin world beneath the surface. Fireflies drift lazily over the reeds, their tiny lights blinking in slow, irregular rhythms. A fisherman sleeps in his reed boat, one arm draped over the side. The boat rocks gently on the water's surface, movements so soft they almost lull the canal itself to sleep. A dog trots quietly along the bank, stops to drink, and then continues at the same gentle pace. You sit on a flat stone and place your hand near the edge of the canal. The water feels cool, peaceful, like the quiet heartbeat of the city. If you listen long enough, you may hear the faintest splash, a fish turning slowly in the shadows. Or maybe it's just the water breathing. Later in the night, the temple keeper makes his peaceful rounds. He carries a small lantern with a steady flame that flickers gold across the stone walls. His footsteps are soft, muffled by the sandy ground. He checks the offerings left that day. Small bowls of barley, a few figs, a carved token shaped like a tiny bird. He never rushes. He pauses to straighten a bowl, brush away dust, or whisper a quiet blessing for the families who placed their hopes at the temple's doorstep. The temple itself is silent and still. Its shadows feel calm, as though they too are resting. A gentle breeze moves through the courtyard, rustling the corner of a tapestry. The lantern's flame dances. The keeper smiles quietly, as if sharing a secret with the night. When he finishes, he bows his head and exits without a sound. Even the gods, it seems, sleep peacefully in Sumer. The city walls are not tall enough to intimidate, just sturdy enough to mark a boundary. Climb the simple ramp to the top, and stand upon the walkway. From here, the entire city spreads out before you. Lanterns glow like little suns scattered across clay rooftops. The canals reflect the moon in shimmering silver. Fields stretch toward the horizon like a dark, soft quilt. And the stars overhead shine brighter than anything built by human hands. The guard on duty sits nearby, leaning against the wall with half-closed eyes. He is not alarmed. No danger stirs tonight. He watches the fields with relaxed, slow motions. If you greet him, he nods softly, then returns to the quiet comfort of the night. Up here, you feel the whole city breathing, a slow, unified rhythm, deep and peaceful like the sleep of thousands. Finally, return to the small home where you first began. The family sleeps on woven mats laid across the floor. The lanterns are out. The hearth has cooled to warm embers. The stillness is deep. Nothing stirs. No one needs to race a wall for safety here. No need for light. The world is simply at peace. A child sleeps with a clay toy ox held close to their chest. The parents lie nearby, their hands almost touching. A grandmother rests on a raised cot, a soft blanket over her legs. Their breaths rise and fall in unison, steady, gentle, reassuring. You hear the faint whisper of the night breeze moving through the open courtyard, and the quiet creak of the house's wooden beams settling into coolness. This home, like every home in Sumer, is wrapped in a blanket of deep, ancient peace. And as you watch, you feel your own body grow heavier, warmer, more relaxed. A deep sense of safety settles over you like soft cloth. In a small house, lit only by the moon, a lone weaver finishes her final task of the night. Her loom stands tall, simple wood bound with cord, and a half-woven cloth hangs like a pale waterfall over its frame. She works slowly, not out of weariness, but out of devotion. Each thread she passes is pulled with gentle, patient hands. The fibers whisper softly as they slide into place. She is weaving a cloth the color of morning fog, delicate gray with faint threads of soft rose and pale gold hidden within. This cloth is not meant for trade. It is a blanket for her daughter, soon to be married. Her movements carry love in every gentle pull. When she finishes for the night, she ties the loose threads into a temporary knot and rests her palms on the smooth wood of the loom. There is peace in the work, a slow craft woven into generations. Outside, a cricket chirps. Inside, the weaver smiles and lets the quiet settle around her like warmth. In another household, a potter's workshop smells faintly of earth and river mud. Dozens of freshly shaped vessels sit on low wooden shelves. Wide jars for storing grain, tiny cups for oils, round pots with curved necks for carrying water. The clay is still moist. Moonlight gleams across their smooth surfaces. As the air cools, the pots harden slowly, their shapes settling into calm perfection. Occasionally, a soft pop echoes from within, a tiny air bubble releasing like a tiny sigh. The potter's tools rest neatly nearby, a wooden rib, a pointed stick, a cutting cord. Everything feels orderly, quiet, suspended between creation and completion. A cat sleeps on a folded mat near the drying shelves, its tail twitching softly as it dreams. Nothing rushes, nothing presses forward. The clay cools at its own ancient pace. Walk now toward the river's edge. There, an irrigation gate made of simple wooden planks rests half open. Water moves through it in a calm, steady flow. Not rushing, not loud, just a soft, continuous hush. The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man with calloused hands and quiet eyes, sits on a low stool nearby. He listens to the water the way others listen to music. He knows its moods, when it runs high, when it needs guiding, when the fields thirst, and when they've had enough. Tonight, the flow is perfect. He taps the gate gently with his foot, making a small adjustment, and the water settles into an even calmer rhythm. Frogs croak softly in the reeds. A pair of ducks glide along the riverbank, their reflections trembling in the moonlight. The gatekeeper leans back, sighing with quiet satisfaction. Some jobs in Sumer are never urgent, only steady and deeply peaceful. Return to the rooftops, but this time to a house that tends a tiny garden on its flat clay roof. A few clay pots sit in tidy rows, filled with herbs that perfume the night air: mint, coriander, mustard greens, and a single flowering plant whose pale blossoms open only after the sun sets. A young woman comes up the ladder with a small jug of water. She pours carefully, mindful not to wake the sleeping family below. The water darkens the soil and fills the night with a faint scent of damp earth. She pinches a leaf between her fingers, inhales its freshness, and smiles to herself. The stars overhead feel close enough to touch,
The air is cool, and the rooftop is gently warm from the day's sun. This is her quiet place, her sanctuary, her secret comfort. She lingers a long time among the soft leaves before descending into the resting house. Near the outer fields, a small byre holds 2 oxen. Their large bodies rise and fall slowly as they sleep. One shifts its weight, hooves scraping softly against packed earth. A gentle snort escapes, a dream sound, deep and warm. The lantern outside casts soft light through the doorway, painting the oxen's shapes in smooth shadows. A farm boy sleeps curled in the straw nearby, his small hand resting on one ox's flank. The animal doesn't mind. It breathes heavy, slow, content. This bond, child and creature, gentle and steady, is older than memory. Outside, night insects sing. Inside, the oxen dream of fields, sun, and plowed earth. In a dim beer house on a narrow street, a few late drinkers sit quietly on reed mats. No one sings tonight. No games, no loud talk. Just a few friends sharing small cups of barley beer in soft company. A young man strums a slow tune on a long-necked lute. The notes drift lazily through the warm air. The woman who owns the house sits by the door, stirring a pot of lightly spiced mash for tomorrow's brewing. The scent is sweet, earthy, soothing. The lantern light flickers across the clay walls like gentle waves. Someone laughs softly, a warm, quiet sound that dissolves quickly into the peace of the room. Here, the world slows down to the rhythm of friendship. The temple of the city rests on a raised platform, its mud brick walls glowing faintly under the moonlight. The great ziggurat stands behind it, but even that feels subdued in the calm of night. In the courtyard, a few oil lamps flicker. Their flames sway in the softest breeze. A priestess, clothed in simple linen, moves slowly across the courtyard floor. Her steps are soundless. She carries a shallow bowl filled with scented grains. She scatters them gently along the walkway, a quiet offering. Not for spectacle, not for ceremony, but for continuity, a nightly ritual meant to keep harmony between people, gods, and the sleeping city. Nearby, a carved stone trough collects moonlit water from a narrow spout. The trickle is soft, Barely whispering, the priestess pauses, breathes deeply, and rests her hand on the cool stone. Behind her, a white cat belongs to no one and everyone. It weaves around the pillars, its paws silent, its eyes gentle. Nothing disturbs the peace. Even the wind seems to slow as it brushes through. In a humble bakery, two siblings have already begun the next day's work. But their movements are unhurried, soothing, steady. The air is warm from the clay oven, which still holds the glow of the fire lit hours earlier. The older sibling kneads dough with calm, rhythmic pressure, folding and pressing, folding and pressing, as their mother taught them. The younger one shapes small loaves, soft and round. He places each one on a woven tray. Their hands work in silence, but the silence is not empty. It holds comfort, a shared memory, a familiar bond. Outside, the sky is still deep blue, with just the faintest hint of dawn approaching. The scent of warm flour and toasted barley fills the little room. When the first loaf goes into the oven, the older sibling closes the door slowly, letting the glow spread across the walls. A promise of morning already begins inside this simple bakery. Down by the riverbank, a ferryman sits on his small wooden boat, legs stretched out, back resting against the curved hull. His boat, a simple craft, shaped by hand, rocks gently on the water. The river is smooth tonight, reflecting pale starlight like scattered silver dust. He has finished working for the day, but he stays by the water a little longer because this is where he feels most whole. On the wooden deck beside him rests a coiled rope, soft from years of use, a clay cup filled with cool water, and a small lantern whose flame dances but never raises its voice. The ferryman closes his eyes. He breathes slowly, deeply, matching the rhythm of the river. He hums a tune, so faint it almost melts into the night air. Some say the river remembers every voice that has ever sung to it. Tonight, it holds his quiet song with gentle patience. Inside a scribe's workshop, dimly lit by a single flickering lamp, an apprentice struggles to stay awake. His master has gone home, but he remains to finish a tablet of simple vocabulary lists. The boy's stylus moves slowly through soft clay, making neat impressions, little wedges that form the earliest words of humanity. His eyelids grow heavy. He blinks, long, slow blinks. On the table before him, an unfinished tablet waits patiently. Beside it, other tablets have already dried into permanence. The room smells of clay and reed fiber. A moth circles the lamp, its wings casting delicate shadows. The apprentice rubs his eyes, smiles sleepily, and sets down his stylus. For a moment, he simply breathes, letting the quiet wrap around him like a soft blanket.
He knows the tablet will wait. The clay will not hurry him. He rests his head on his folded arms and drifts slowly into a gentle nap, surrounded by the earliest written dreams. On the outskirts of the city, a small pen holds a family of goats. They have finished their grazing for the day, their bellies warm and full. The mother goat lies down first, curling her legs beneath her. Her twins nestle close, one resting its head on her flank, the other nuzzling her ear. Their little tails flick in slow, lazy waves. A shepherd boy sits outside the pen, leaning against the fence. His reed flute rests on his lap. He played earlier soft melodies that floated across the fields as the sun dipped low. Now he watches the goats with contentment. The night breeze carries the gentle scent of dry grass and warm fur. One of the goats lets out a soft bleat, barely a sound at all. The shepherd boy smiles. He adjusts his cloak, tilts his head back, and lets the stars fill his quiet gaze. Everything slows to a peaceful, ancient rhythm. Backed in the heart of the sleeping city, a humble home holds a small treasure. A pillow woven from reeds and filled with soft wool. A grandmother crafted it long ago, each reed chosen with care. Tonight, her grandson rests his head upon it. He lies beside his parents on a simple platform bed covered with warm blankets. The pillow smells faintly of the river where the reeds once grew. Its surface is cool, then slowly warms against the boy's cheek. His breathing settles into a steady rhythm. Above him, a clay oil lamp burns with the last of its waxy fuel. The flame shrinks very slowly, glowing softly against the wall. His mother watches as his eyelids flutter. She brushes his hair from his forehead with a gentle hand. The pillow, the lamp, the warmth, everything works together to guide the family into a deep, ancient sleep. At the edge of the city, the main gate stands tall and still. Two watchmen sit on simple stools beneath a small canopy, their torches burning low and steady. The night is calm. No travelers today, no merchants arriving late, no caravans passing through, just the quiet hum of distant insects and the occasional rustle of warm wind moving through dry reeds. One of the watchmen leans back against the mud brick wall. He taps his fingers on the wooden staff resting across his knees. Not a warning, not a signal, just a slow, absent rhythm to keep himself awake. His companion sips water from a clay cup, the liquid cool against the stillness of night. They talk in whispers, soft little stories about their families, their crops, and small hopes for the next harvest. Sometimes they fall into long stretches of comfortable silence. They both know this quiet is a blessing. The gate, reinforced with sturdy beams, creaks now and then as the night air shifts around it. A pair of owls flutter overhead, landing on the wall to observe their kingdom from above. The watchmen nod respectfully, as though greeting old friends. Eventually, one rises to stretch, then sits again, settling into the peace of a city at rest. Wander deeper now into Sumer's heart. The narrow streets, packed earth, worn smooth by countless footsteps, are empty at this hour. Clay houses lean quietly together, their walls warm from the day's sun.
A few oil lamps burn at doorways, their flames tiny and golden. You can hear the faint drip of water from a rooftop jar. From somewhere nearby, a baby whimpers just once before drifting back to sleep. A dog curls beside a doorway, its tail tucked, its breathing steady. The air tastes of dust, cool night wind, and the faint scent of cooked barley lingering from evening meals. Even the city's stray cats walk slowly, soft paws, silent, tails swaying like calm shadows. Every corner radiates stillness. Every stone seems drowsy. Every doorway hides a little world of shared blankets, quiet dreams, and restful families.
Inside a small home near the morning market, a merchant awakens early, not fully awake, not yet moving quickly, just stirring gently beneath a thin blanket. He rises slowly, stretching stiff shoulders and rubbing sleep from his eyes. He lights a small lamp, its flame growing in a warm, steady bloom. Around him are items for the day's trade, woven baskets, simple linen cloths, tiny jars of oil, and strings of dried dates that glisten softly in the lamp light. He organizes each item with patient care. There is no rush. Dawn is still a little while away. He hums a quiet tune as he prepares a jug of watered beer for the morning and slices a small portion of leftover bread. As he eats, he listens to the silence outside his window. This is his favorite time, when the world feels paused, waiting gently for the sun. Once his goods are arranged neatly for transport, he bundles them into a woven cloth and ties it carefully. Then he sits again, hands resting on his knees, breathing slowly. He is ready, but he waits anyway, because calm moments like these are precious in Sumer. Step now beyond the city walls, where broad fields stretch toward the horizon. The soil is dark, soft, and faintly cool from the night air. Stalks of barley stand tall in orderly rows, their heads heavy with ripening grain. They sway almost imperceptibly in the breeze, a deep, slow wave you can feel but barely see. The irrigation canals lie still, their waters reflecting the first hints of gray on the horizon. Birds have not yet awakened. Farmers still sleep in their homes. Everything feels paused, as if the world holds a long, gentle breath. A lone scarecrow, made of bundled reeds, leans slightly to one side, its shadow stretching across the soil. In the distance, a few oxen rest beside a wooden post, tails swaying in slow, sleepy arcs. The sun is moments away, but the fields remain quiet, patient, unhurried. This is the calm before a day's work, a calm that stretches softly across the land. Near the riverbank, a potter stands before his kiln. He hasn't lit it yet. That will come when the sun rises. For now, he inspects the pots he shaped yesterday. Wide jars, small bowls,
and a few tall vessels with narrow necks and flowing curves. They sit on a flat board, cool and firm from drying overnight. The potter runs his fingers over their surfaces, checking for cracks, feeling the softness of unfired clay. The river breeze moves through the workshop, stirring loose straw and carrying in the faint scent of wet earth. He takes his time. He whispers a small, quiet blessing over his work, a tradition learned from his mother and her mother before her. Not magical, not ceremonial, just a habit of gratitude that feels right in the calm of early morning. Behind him, his tools lie neatly arranged. A wooden paddle, a smoothing stone, a handful of tiny reeds used for decoration. Before long, he will light the kiln. But for now, he simply stands in the gentle quiet, letting the stillness settle around him. The first light of morning does not arrive suddenly in Sumer. It begins as a pale shimmer on the edge of the horizon, soft, hesitant, like a whisper of color touching the sky. The rooftops of the city glow faintly, their flat surfaces tinted with cool gray blue. A rooster calls once, its voice distant and unhurried. A woman lifting a water jar pauses at her doorway to observe the sky, its soft changes reflecting in her quiet eyes. Somewhere above, a bird beats its wings in slow, drowsy strokes. The world stirs, but gently. Dawn does not rush. It glides into the city with grace, like a warm hand resting on a sleeping friend's back. The shadows soften. The air brightens just a little. It is the hour when dreams begin to fade, yet the day has not quite arrived. A perfect in-between. Beyond the walls, a shepherd rises from his small reed mat. He stretches his arms toward the warming sky, breathing in the calm scent of dew on grass. His sheep stand nearby, some already awake, lifting their gentle heads and blinking sleep from soft, dark eyes. He counts them slowly, as he always does, not out of worry, but as a morning ritual that centers his heart. 28, 29, yes, all are here. He grips his staff, its wood smooth from years of guiding and leaning. When he whistles, the flock stirs, not hurried, not anxious, just aware. They begin to move in a loose cluster, their hooves making soft impressions in the damp soil. The shepherd leads them toward a patch of tender grass near a narrow canal. The sun rises a little more, casting pale gold across the fields. He smiles, content, and sits on a nearby rock to watch them graze. It will be a quiet morning. He feels it in the wind. In the early market square, merchants begin to gather. But even now, the energy remains soft, sleepy, slow. A few set up mats and place goods in little rows, spices, cloth, carved bone combs, tiny clay figurines that look like animals with round bellies and gentle expressions. A woman arranges dates on a shallow tray, setting them in careful circles like warm jewels. Two fishermen arrive with small baskets of river catch, tiny silver fish glimmering in the morning light. Their voices are quiet murmurs, greetings shared between neighbors. No one calls out loudly, no one rushes. The marketplace awakens the way everything does in Sumer, patiently, softly, with a long, gentle breath. The smell of early bread drifts in from nearby homes. A child yawns while holding his mother's hand, his little feet dragging just slightly on the packed earth. The morning feels warm, safe, ancient. A small public bathhouse sits near the river's edge. Inside, the air is warm and heavy with steam. The first visitors of the day have arrived quietly, a pair of older men with tired shoulders and soft voices. They sit beside a shallow pool of warm water, its surface rippling with faint reflections from the ceiling's skylight.
One splashes his face, letting the warmth wake him gently. The other dips his feet in, closing his eyes as the heat travels up through his legs. The sound of trickling water fills the space, calm, continuous, like a low, peaceful hum. They speak about nothing urgent. A small repair to a wall, a new calf born last week, the hope from mild weather. Their words float like drifting leaves over the warm pool. Soon, a woman arrives.
to gather water for washing the floors. She moves lightly, respectfully, not disturbing the peace. The bathhouse is a place of rest, a place where time stretches softly like warm clay. In a shaded courtyard, a craftswoman sits, cross-legged on a woven mat. Before her lies a half-finished amulet carved from soft stone. It is small enough to fit in a child's hand, a protective symbol shaped like a tiny house with gentle curves and smoothed edges. She holds the amulet carefully, turning it slowly between her fingers. She uses a thin reed dipped in fine sand to polish the grooves, working with patient strokes that barely make a sound. A bowl of water sits at her side. Occasionally, she dips the amulet in to wash away dust, revealing the stone's soft inner glow. A pigeon coos on the courtyard wall. The craftswoman smiles and continues her work, her movements steady, unhurried. She enjoys mornings like this, when she can hear the world, see the light shift through the leaves, feel the cool air brush her skin. The amulet will soon be ready to hang on a child's neck for protection, but for now, it rests in her hands, slowly becoming whole. Return now to the river, the wide, calm artery of Sumer's life. The light touches it gently, turning the surface into a long ribbon of shifting gold. Boats bob near the shore, small fishing vessels, flat transports for grain and clay, and a few rafts laden with reeds. The ferryman from earlier pushes his pole into the soft riverbed, guiding his vessel with effortless familiarity. He hums again, a tune as gentle as the drifting current. A group of children gather near the edge, splashing their hands in the cool shallows. Their laughter is light, sleepy, softened by morning air. Along the bank, long grasses sway in a calm breeze. The world seems to breathe in harmony. River, sky, boats, birds, people waking slowly, fields growing quietly. Everything moves with the rhythm of ancient time. And so, as we drift farther along the quiet lanes of the Sumerian morning, let us take a slow moment to breathe in the scene around us. The sun is still mild, warming the earth little by little. It moves carefully, as if it too understands the value of unhurried progress. The people of the city begin their small routines, each step taken with a kind of practiced ease, the way one might move through familiar rooms in the middle of the night without needing any light. Nearby, the baker's apprentice opens the shutters of the small shop where flatbreads will soon be ready. The wood creaks softly, the sound blending with the faint rustle of palms in the courtyard. There is nothing rushed here. Even work, with all its necessary motions, seems steadier, softer, as though wrapped in layers of gentle habit. The apprentice sweeps the doorway, sending thin spirals of dust into the warm, rising air.
The city slowly awakens, yet somehow keeps its sense of calm. As we stroll, we might notice a woman stepping out of her home, water jar balanced carefully in her hands. The clay jar is rounded and cool to the touch, though its surface bears the faint roughness of the potter's wheel. She carries it toward the well at the center of the neighborhood, where a few others gather, quietly exchanging greetings. Their voices are subdued, comfortable, woven with the shared knowledge of growing up along the same walls, the same pathways. The water drawn up is cool, reflecting the soft sky in tiny ripples that settle almost as soon as they appear. Even here, in this simple act, we are reminded of how closely the ancient world moved with the rhythms of nature. There were no rushing engines, no echo of distant traffic, no glow of neon signs, only the hum of the earth itself, patient and unchanging. The people listened to this hum, perhaps without realizing they did. The cycle of mornings, of tasks, familiar and modest, created a soothing repetition, like the pattern of waves at the shores of the distant Gulf. A little farther on, the potter we saw earlier is preparing his workspace for another day. He rolls out bundles of reed mats, smoothing them with the palms of his hands. He wipes the last traces of yesterday's clay from the wheel and inspects the pots that dried overnight. Some large, some small, some stout, others slender-necked. Each one is unique, yet all share the marks of his quiet craft. He tilts one gently, noting the soft color the clay has taken on as it cured in the warm air. Nothing is rushed or done in haste. The world around him moves with the steady pulse of a city that understands time differently. As we continue, we turn down a narrower path that weaves between tall mud brick walls. The shade here offers cool relief from the rising heat. Patterns of sunlight fall through the gaps above, where ceilings of reeds and beams create partial cover. There is a sense of intimacy in these winding alleys, a peaceful hush. Footsteps sound softer here, cushioned by fine dust and the closeness of the buildings. Voices drift from a nearby window, someone humming while kneading dough, perhaps, or a few children repeating their first lessons in cuneiform signs. The rhythm of their recitation is slow, deliberate,
almost musical. They draw each wedge-shaped mark onto small clay tablets, pressing with styluses carved from reed. The soft clay gives easily, leaving impressions that will someday harden in the sun. There is something meditative about the process, even for the children. Each symbol carries meaning, yet the act of inscribing it feels almost like tracing a quiet thought through the mind, leaving a soft imprint behind. It reminds us that writing in these early days of civilization was still something precious. It was new, fragile, and magical in its own way, a kind of ordering of the world, a way to capture the movements of daily life. The gentle tapping of stylus on clay is as much a part of the city soundscape as the murmuring of the river or the soft footsteps in the alleys.
Our stroll brings us to a corner where a small courtyard opens up, bathed in gentle sunlight. A large fig tree spreads its branches above, offering shade to those seated beneath it. A few elders gather here, sharing simple conversation. Their voices are low, steady, as if discussing the weather or the harvest or memories of earlier seasons. Time seems to slow even further in this spot. If one were to sit with them, one might forget the passing of the hours entirely. The courtyard smells faintly of figs and clean earth, and of the faint smoke drifting from a nearby hearth. The smoke curls lazily into the air, rising and dissolving in thin trails. A cat stretches in a patch of warmth, then curls again, perfectly content, embodying the pace of the day. We continue onward, stepping past a well-tended herb garden where mint, garlic, and onions grow in tidy rows. Their scent is fresh, grounding, pleasant. It's easy to see why such gardens were valued. They provided not only food, but a sense of peace, something to nurture, something that would respond gently to care and attention. There is something soothing in this simple balance, people tending the earth and the earth responding with quiet generosity. As we make our way toward the city's larger avenue, still calm, still unhurried, we begin to hear the faint sounds of the marketplace preparing for the morning. But even this, in ancient Sumer, unfolds with a serenity far from the noise one might expect elsewhere. Stalls are opened, mats laid out, goods arranged with gentle care. Traders greet one another with soft nods, and small groups begin to stroll through the lanes carrying baskets or leading donkeys with slow, steady steps. Every detail of this world seems designed, somehow, for calm. The measured pace of life, the muted palette of earthen walls and soft sky, the rhythmic tasks carried out without rush. And as we continue along this quiet path, we allow ourselves to sink deeper into the gentle flow of time, a time that asks nothing of us except to observe, to breathe, and to wander softly. As we step gradually toward the heart of the city, The marketplace becomes clearer, though it still carries a gentleness that feels almost surprising. There are no loud cries, no hurried footsteps, no sharp clattering of tools. Instead, the spaces between the small stalls are filled with soft murmurs and the muted rhythm of simple early morning preparations. A few merchants smooth out woven mats on the ground. They take their time, tugging gently at the corners, making sure each one lies flat. Their hands move with quiet familiarity, like someone tucking blankets before sleep or dusting off an old cherished object. The marketplace will grow more lively soon enough, but even at its busiest, there is a certain softness to the way people interact here. Perhaps because the pace of life itself encourages calm. One trader sets out a collection of modest clay bowls, each one shaped by hand, each bearing subtle markings that catch the light in gentle patterns. Another arranges small jars of oil, the clay sealed with simple stoppers and wrapped with reed fibers to keep them secure. Their earthy scent drifts faintly into the air, mingling with the delicate sweetness of dates piled in another stall nearby. A pair of donkeys, laden with baskets, stand patiently under the shade of a reed awning. They blink slowly, almost sleepily, their tails swaying just enough to deter a few persistent flies. Their handler strokes one gently between the ears, murmuring something calming and inaudible, as though speaking more to the quiet morning than to the animal itself. You might notice, as we wander peacefully between the early stalls, that much of Sumerian trade revolves around simple, everyday necessities: grains, oils, fish from the river, reeds for weaving, clay vessels of every size. These items represent a world built from humble materials shaped by hands that understood both the beauty and purpose of their tools. Even commerce feels less like an exchange of goods and more like a gentle passing of one person's efforts into another's daily rhythm. Ahead, a scribe sits cross-legged on a small stool beside a wooden board. He has set out a few blank clay tablets, still soft enough to accept inscriptions. His stylus rests at his side. He waits with quiet patience for anyone who might need a record kept, a sale, a contract, a simple tally. When someone approaches, the scribe greets them with a warm but subdued nod, then carefully presses the stylus into the clay. The soft tapping blends with the other faint sounds around us, the ruffling of baskets, the slow shuffle of feet, the quiet crunch of grain being measured. Nothing feels abrupt here. Even the movements of the crowd resemble a slow-flowing current, people drifting in steady paths through the warm air. As we continue our unhurried stroll, we pass by a weaver sitting outside her small shop. She works on a broad reed mat, her loom set low to the ground. The threads stretch before her in calm, parallel lines. She moves her hands with the kind of ease that comes only from years of simple repetition: over, under, tighten, smooth. The pattern emerges slowly, softly, like clouds forming in a pale afternoon sky. The colors are muted: sandy browns, clay reds, and the faded blue of indigo dye. Each bread seems to carry a story, a tiny reflection of daily life woven into fabric.
Nearby, two children walk hand in hand, each carrying a small basket filled with bits of bread to bring home. They pause to watch the weaver, their eyes wide with quiet curiosity. She smiles gently at them, continuing her work without pause. The children's footsteps are light on the earth, almost soundless, as they continue their own small journey down the lane. Further along, the faint sound of a flute drifts through the warm air, soft, wandering notes played by a young man sitting in the shade of a mud brick wall. He isn't performing for anyone in particular. It is simply something he does while waiting for his friend to finish setting up a stall. The melody is simple, unhurried, looping gently back on itself. It gives the morning a kind of dreamlike softness, as if the city itself exhales in rhythm with the sound. We move past a stall where a fisherman arranges his catch in wide, shallow trays. The fish glisten faintly in the sun, their scales reflecting hints of silver and pale blue. Some of the fish are small and delicate, others broader and more substantial. They were pulled from the river only hours ago, carried through cool morning light along reed-lined paths. The fisherman's motions are unhurried, almost meditative, placing each fish with care, adjusting the angle of the tray, wiping his hands with a simple cloth. As we walk, the warmth of the day increases slightly, though the air still carries a mildness that feels comforting. The sky overhead is pale and open, with only a few wisps of cloud drifting lazily across it. The sun filters down onto the clay walls, giving them a soft golden glow. Every surface feels gentle, softened by years of wind, sun, and the constant touch of human hands. We drift toward the center of the market, where the space widens just enough for a few shade canopies to stretch overhead. People gather here not just to buy or sell, but to talk, to exchange small stories about their families, the weather, the state of the canal, the timing of the next planting. Their voices remain quiet, steady, woven together like threads in a tapestry. Nothing urgent presses upon them. The day will unfold at its own pace, as it always does. In this calm, grounded world, you might sense how deeply the people of ancient Sumer were connected to one another. The city, for all its busy roles and varied tasks, holds a softness born of shared experience. It is a place where the rising and setting of the sun guide the rhythm of life, where simple materials create enduring crafts, where the everyday moments carry a kind of gentle reverence. And as we stand here in the warm heart of this peaceful market, we allow ourselves to drift even further into the steady pulse of ancient time, unhurried, untroubled, carried gently forward like a leaf floating along a quiet river. From the center of the market, we wander slowly toward a quieter corner where the crowds thin and the sounds soften into a low, comforting murmur. Here, the marketplace fades into a stretch of small workshops, each one with its own quiet rhythm, each one with its own gentle story unfolding behind open doorways. The air grows cooler as we step beneath the shade of an awning made from woven reeds. Beneath it, a woodworker sits on a low stool, shaping a smooth piece of tamarisk wood. His hands move deliberately, never rushing, shaving away thin curls of pale wood
that fall like soft ribbons onto the mat beneath him. His knife is simple, but the care with which he guides it brings life to the material. He pauses occasionally to brush aside the curls, revealing the emerging shape, a small box with rounded edges, perhaps made for storing beads or small tokens. There is a soothing rhythm to his work, the scraping of the blade, the gentle breath he takes as he inspects each new surface, the quiet thump as he adjusts the piece in his lap. Even if you simply stand and watch, the calmness of his task seeps into you, softening your own breathing, slowing your thoughts.
To his right, a basket weaver sits surrounded by neatly trimmed reeds. She soaks them in a shallow basin of water to keep them pliable, lifting each one with slow, practiced motions. The reeds glisten in the warm light, bending smoothly under her hands. A half-finished basket sits before her, its base already firm and balanced. She weaves each reed carefully under and over, creating a pattern that has been passed down for many generations. The repetition is soothing, steady, like the gentle ticking of a clock, made not of gears, but of motion and memory. As we step farther along the row of workshops, the scent of warm clay returns, earthy, grounding. A father and daughter work together at a potter's wheel here. The wheel is simple, turned by hand, and the clay rises slowly beneath their fingers as they shape it. The girl laughs quietly as her father guides her hands, helping her correct the wobble of the forming pot. Their laughter is soft, warm, like a pleasant breeze. It blends harmoniously with the spinning of the wheel, a steady hum that holds the moment together. The pot grows taller, its sides smoothing out, the shape becoming clearer. When they finish, the father lifts it gently, as though cradling a fragile bird. He sets it aside to dry in the sunlight, where the other finished pots rest in neat rows. Some are decorated with faint lines or simple geometric shapes. Others are left plain, their beauty lying in their quiet uniformity. We continue onward, and the sounds of the workshops fade behind us like waves retreating from the shore. We follow a narrow passageway that leads back into a residential district, an area where families begin the mid-morning routines that make up much of daily life. A woman sits outside her doorway, grinding grain on a flat stone. She leans forward slightly, rolling a rounded pestle back and forth over the coarse kernels. The sound is faint but steady, stone meeting stone, grain shifting beneath pressure, a soft scraping whisper. These motions have shaped countless mornings. They bring with them not only nourishment, but a peaceful sense of order and repetition. Across the lane, an older man repairs a broken reed mat. His hands move slowly, weaving replacement strands into the worn sections. Each new reed slips through the old pattern as though it has always belonged there. The man hums softly under his breath,
his melody drifting over the warm air like faint ripples on still water. A young boy leads a small goat along the path, the animal's hooves tapping lightly against the dry earth. The goat pauses to nibble a stray weed, and the boy waits patiently, stroking its side as though encouraging it to finish at its own pace. There is no hurry here. The day is long, and every small moment has its place. As we wander deeper between the homes, we find ourselves near a shaded courtyard where a few mothers gather to prepare midday meals. Clay ovens glow faintly with heat, though no flames leap outward. Just a soft warmth radiating into the air. Dough is shaped into small discs and placed gently against the inside walls of the ovens. The smell of fresh bread mingles with herbs and roasted onions, creating an aroma that settles comfortingly in the senses.
A child sits nearby, shaping a small lump of clay into a rough figure. A tiny bull, or perhaps a bird. The child presses simple marks along the back of the figure, then holds it up proudly to examine it. The clay is imperfect, a little lopsided, but the child smiles, satisfied. These small creations, made with joy and imagination, linger in the corners of Sumerian homes, just like toys might today. Around us, voices rise and fall in gentle conversation. They talk of grain yields, of a neighbor's new infant, of the possibility of light rain in the coming days. Nothing feels heavy or troubling. These are the shared murmurs of a community that has lived together for many seasons, many years, woven tightly through shared paths and shared rituals. The warmth of the day grows more insistent, but the shade of the mud brick walls keeps the air comfortable. A soft breeze stirs the hanging reeds over doorways, making them rustle like distant whispers. The shadows shift slowly across the ground, drawing delicate patterns that seem to sway in rhythm with our footsteps. We turn toward a wider street that leads gently upward, toward one of the city's raised terraces. It is a place where people often go to find a moment of quiet, to rest, or simply to let their thoughts drift. The slope is mild, and as we walk, the openness of the sky begins to reveal itself more fully, wide, pale, and endless. When we reach the terrace, the view opens like an unfolding scroll. Below us, the city is a patchwork of sunlit courtyards, quiet rooftops, narrow passages, and small gardens. Farther out, the fields stretch toward the glimmering ribbon of the river, where farmers tend their plots under the warmth of the sun. But even here, at this small height, the city remains serene. No quick movements, no sharp noises. The world holds its breath in a long, gentle exhale. We settle into the stillness for a moment, letting the calm landscape of ancient Sumer fill the senses like a slow, steady tide. From the terrace, we begin to walk again, though slowly, as if the warm air itself encourages us to linger. The soft clay beneath our feet holds the faint imprint of earlier footsteps, but now the path is nearly empty. Most people have settled into their mid-morning routines. The quiet hum of the city carries upward, faint but steady, like the faraway rustling of leaves. As we descend the gentle slope, we pass a cluster of palm trees that offer cool shade. Their fronds sway lazily, catching the breeze in a whispering rhythm. Underneath, someone has placed a simple bench made of wood and reeds. It looks worn from use, its surface smoothed by countless hands and resting bodies. For a moment, it's easy to imagine someone sitting here in the early dawn, watching the first hints of sunlight stretch across the rooftops. Near the palms, a small stream, fed by an irrigated channel, trickles softly, its path bordered by rows of flowering plants. The blossoms are small and delicate, pale yellows and muted pinks, opening slowly to the warmth of the day. A pair of dragonflies hover over the water, their wings shimmering faintly as they dart and pause, with a kind of unhurried grace.
Just beyond the stream, a family tends a patch of vegetables. The father moves slowly along the rows, checking each plant with patient eyes. His hands brush the leaves, removing a stray weed here, adjusting the soil there. His wife ladles water from a broad clay jar, pouring small, measured amounts around the roots. Their movements are synchronized, soft, practiced, like a dance they've performed together for years. Nearby, their young son gathers fallen palm fronds, stacking them neatly. He pauses now and then to swing one playfully through the air, perhaps imagining it as a great spear or a vast feather. When he notices us passing, he gives a shy but warm smile, one of those simple, almost timeless gestures that anchors the scene in gentle humanity. We continue along the path until we reach a low mud brick wall that marks the edge of another neighborhood. The wall is smooth in some places, rough in others, showing signs of repairs made over time. Children have drawn small shapes into the drying clay, tiny footprints of play, perhaps simple games etched during idle, warm afternoons. A few faded markings resemble animals. One looks like a fish, its tail slightly uneven but charming in its simplicity. On the other side of the wall lies a quiet courtyard where an elderly woman sorts herbs. Bundles of dried leaves are spread out on a cloth before her. Mint, sage, perhaps a hint of sweet-smelling resin from local trees. She separates them gently, humming a low tune. Her fingers move slowly, almost tenderly. Small clay vessels sit nearby, waiting to be filled with mixtures that may be used for cooking, for soothing small ailments, or simply for scenting the home. Every so often, she pauses to look at something in the distance, a bird landing on a rooftop, or a cloud drifting lazily across the sky. Her expression is peaceful, content. It feels as though she's lived here her entire life, watching countless seasons change in the same familiar courtyard. Beyond her home, the streets widen again. The heat of the day has risen just enough to soften the edges of the air, but the city's design provides shade at nearly every turn. Overhanging beams and woven reed coverings cast stretches of dappled shadow that shift gently as the sun travels overhead. We wander through one such shaded lane where cool pockets of air gather. A sculptor sits beside a low table, here working on a small figurine made from soft clay. It appears to be a representation of a worshipper or a household deity, hands clasped, eyes wide and serene. The sculptor's fingertips glide along the surface, smoothing it with light, patient strokes. He leans forward now and then, studying the shape with quiet concentration. Even in this moment of creation, there is no sense of haste, only a soft devotion to craft. Nearby, a young girl watches him work, her chin resting on her hands. She says nothing, but her eyes follow each motion. Perhaps she is imagining herself learning this craft someday. Perhaps she is simply lost in the soothing rhythm of the sculptor's movements. Either way, the scene feels suspended in a peaceful stillness. As we move on, the faint sound of distant temple bells drift across the air. Soft, slow, resonant. These chimes are not loud or commanding. Instead, they gently mark the passing of time in the city. They remind people of the steady rhythm of the day and of the presence of sacred spaces where the peace of the divine is thought to dwell. Drawn by the gentle sound, we follow a path leading towards one such temple courtyard. The walls here are tall, but warm in color. Sun-baked clay with smooth surfaces and tapered edges. Reed mats hang at the entrance, shifting gently with the breeze. The courtyard opens wide, filled with quiet activity. A few priests sweep the ground with brooms made of bundled twigs, clearing away dust that has gathered in soft layers overnight. At the far side of the courtyard, a couple of musicians sit on simple stools, playing elongated harps with strings that emit soft, vibrational tones. The melody is slow, thoughtful, drifting between notes like a small boat gliding across calm water. Their faces remain serene, as if the music moves through them instead of being created by them. It is a sound made for reflection, for peace, for easing the mind into gentler thoughts. A few worshippers sit quietly along the walls, enjoying the shade and the music. Some have clay bowls with offerings. Others simply rest in quiet contemplation. The temple is not a place of loud ritual at this hour. Instead, it is a sanctuary of stillness, where the noise of the outside world
seems to fade into soft echoes. We sit for a moment too, allowing the calm to settle around us. The slow music, the sweeping of brooms, the faint rustling of reeds at the doorway. All these sounds create a soothing tapestry of life, simple, steady, and grounding. After a while, we rise again, walking slowly out of the courtyard, stepping back into the mild warmth of the day. The city feels even calmer now. As the sun settles toward the midpoint of the sky, the rhythms of daily life soften further. People pause in their work. Some return to their homes to rest in shaded rooms where cool air linger near clay jars of stored water. Others find a sheltered spot outdoors, letting the gentle midday stillness wash over them.
And as we wander through this hushed moment in ancient Sumer, it feels almost as though time itself has chosen to rest, breathing slowly, steadily, peacefully. As midday settles over the city, the sunlight grows warmer, but not harsh. It spills softly over rooftops and courtyards, turning the mud brick walls a deeper, honeyed shade. Shadows shorten, then pause, resting quietly beside the buildings as if they too feel the stillness of the hour. In ancient Sumer, midday is a time of rest, not of sleep necessarily, though many do drift into light naps, but a time when the city's pulse softens, when conversations slow, and when the air itself seems to hush. Even the animals move gently. The goats, earlier so curious and lively, now lie curled in patches of shade. Donkeys lower their heads, their breath slow and steady. Birds retreat to cool corners beneath eaves, chirping only now and then in soft, half-waking notes. We wander slowly through a narrow street where the heat barely reaches. Here, the buildings lean inward ever so slightly, offering a cool corridor where the air remains pleasantly mild. A few clay jars of water rest along the walls, set there so passerbys may take a sip. The jars are kept cool by evaporation, and when we move near them, we feel the subtle chill radiating from their smooth surfaces. A woman steps out from her doorway holding a small bowl. She pours water over a reed basket filled with grain to soften it for the afternoon meal. The water trickles through the reeds and collects in a clay dish below, a soft drip, drip, drip. She doesn't hurry. Each movement is steady, measured, as if following a rhythm she learned long ago. Inside the home behind her, the sounds of low conversation drift gently through the doorway. Family members speak softly, perhaps about the morning's work or the plans for the evening. Their tone carries no urgency, just the quiet ease of people passing the warmest hours together, sheltered and untroubled. We continue walking until the street opens into a small communal courtyard. A few neighbors have gathered here in the shade of a large canopy woven from reeds and linen. They recline on mats, sharing bowls of fruit, figs, dates, and slices of melon cooled in jars of water. The scent of the fruit drifts faintly toward us, sweet and calming. An elderly man sits cross-legged on a mat, telling a quiet story to two children. His voice is soft, barely above a murmur, as he speaks of ancient floods, wandering animals, the early days of the city when there were fewer homes but many open fields. The children listen with half-closed eyes, more soothed by the gentle cadence of his voice than by the details of the tale. The man pauses now and then, closing his eyes as well, letting the silence stretch comfortably between sentences. A breeze stirs the canopy above, making a soft fluttering sound. One of the children lies down fully, curling up on the mat with a relaxed sigh. The elderly storyteller smiles, adjusting the mat slightly to give the child more room. Beyond the courtyard, the walkway leads toward another quiet neighborhood. Here, the homes are arranged around shared spaces where families often cook together or sit during the warm hours of the day. A pair of sisters knead dough at a low table, their movements slow and synchronized. The dough presses and folds under their hands with the softest of sounds, almost like the padding of distant footsteps. Inside one of the homes, someone plays a gentle lullaby on a simple flute. The notes drift lazily through the open windows, curling into the air like drifting wisps of incense. The melody is modest but soothing, repeating in a calm pattern that feels familiar, even if it is entirely new to our ears. The house beside it emits the faint scent of lentil stew simmering on a low flame. The fragrance is grounding, comforting, filled with hints of garlic and fresh herbs. A woman stirs the pot slowly, her wooden spoon making a soft circular sound. Occasionally, she lifts the spoon to taste the broth, then nods thoughtfully before adding a pinch of something fragrant from a small clay jar. Across from her, a few men sit in the shaded corner, sharpening tools with patient strokes. Their blades slide against smooth stones, producing a quiet, rhythmic whisper. Even tools, symbols of work, seem to relax during this hour. The men talk gently between motions, discussing the irrigation channels, the coming harvest, or the latest gossip from a nearby town. Nothing heavy, nothing sharp, just murmurs carried on warm air. We step deeper into the quiet neighborhood where a mother gently sways a baby in her arms. She hums softly, rocking back and forth with the tiniest of motions. The baby's eyes droop as the soothing rhythm lulls them toward sleep. The mother's song is little more than a gentle breath with melody woven through it. The sound blends so naturally with the soft wind that for a moment it feels like part of the air. Farther along, a young man sits carving a small wooden toy, a simple wheel on an axle, meant for a child too young to walk steadily. His hands work slowly, carefully smoothing each surface, warm ground, arching its back before settling into a soft patch of sunlight. It blinks slowly, its tail flicking with lazy contentment. Two pigeons perched on a low roof preen their feathers, cooing softly. Everything seems calm, still, and perfectly ordinary, yet somehow peaceful enough to feel like stepping into a dream. The city continues its midday pause. In the distance, we can hear faint echoes from the river, the occasional splash of water, the gentle calls of farmers tending their fields. But even these sounds seem softened by the warm air, wrapped in layers of tranquility. As we walk through another shaded alley, we pass a boy drawing patterns in the dust with a stick. He traces spirals, then squares,
then a long wavy line that he follows with careful steps, as though walking a slow, winding path only he can see. When he reaches the end, he turns and starts a new pattern, humming quietly to himself. A potter's apprentice lies resting beneath a cool overhang, his hands still marked with faint traces of clay. His breathing is slow and even, and his head rests against a folded cloth. The faint sound of doves cooing above him seems to lull him deeper into rest. We turn another corner and find ourselves standing before a modest shrine decorated with small clay figures. A woman kneels here, placing a bowl of grain before the figures. Her movements are slow and deliberate, as though each gesture carries quiet meaning. She closes her eyes for a moment, not in urgent prayer, but in simple reflection, gratitude, or peace. When she rises, she steps back into the sunlight with a soft, restful expression. The sun is still high, yet the air carries a sense of waiting, a sense that the day is gently turning toward afternoon, when life will begin to stir again in unhurried patterns. For now, though, everything rests. Everything breathes together. The city of ancient Sumer lies wrapped in warmth and calm, like a soft blanket spread across the earth. And we walk through it slowly, letting its peaceful rhythm settle into our own breathing, into our own thoughts, into the quiet corners of the mind where rest begins to gather. As the long midday gradually loosens its hold on the city, a subtle shift begins to whisper through the air. It's not dramatic, not sudden, just the faintest coolness tracing its way along the shaded walls. A breeze carrying a hint of moisture from the river. A quiet rustle of reed canopies responding with a soft sway. The people of Sumer feel it before they consciously notice it. A few neighbors begin to stir from their restful positions beneath the shade. Someone sits up a little straighter on a woven mat. Someone else takes a sip of water from a clay cup, the liquid cool from resting in the shadowed corner of a home. The gentle lull of midday is not gone, but it begins to stretch, relax, and slowly give way to the soft beginning of afternoon. We linger in one of the narrow passages where the sunlight slips in only in thin golden slices. Dust motes drift lazily through the beams, swirling as though they have nowhere in particular to be. The air carries the faint scent of clay drying in the sun, a warm, grounding smell that feels almost like the earth itself exhaling. From a nearby courtyard, a long, steady yawn drifts outward, followed by the light laughter of children waking from their midday nap. They do not rush up. They roll onto their sides,
blink at the brightness, and sit up slowly, leaning on each other with the soft, comfortable weight of siblings accustomed to sharing the same small world. One child rubs their eyes, then reaches instinctively for a small clay cup of cool water. Another leans against their mother's knee as she strokes their hair gently, murmuring something warm and reassuring. The afternoon begins not with activity, but with returning to wakefulness, to motion, to the simple tasks paused earlier. As we move along the street, we pass a small stall where a merchant is carefully arranging items for the slow afternoon trade. He places polished beads in neat rows, small pieces of shell, bits of stone shaped and drilled earlier, tiny decorations meant to be strung into necklaces are woven into clothing. His hands are sure and steady. He pauses now and then to wipe the beads with a soft cloth, more out of habit than necessity. A pair of young women pass by him, admiring the display. Their voices remain quiet, airy, as though carrying the lingering hush of midday with them. They pick up a bead or two, hold it to the light, and set it back gently. The merchant offers a warm, unhurried greeting. There is no push to sell, no urgency, only the quiet pleasure of sharing small, beautiful things. A few steps later, we find ourselves near a cluster of workshops where artisans begin to rouse themselves for the second half of the day. A carpenter stands in the doorway of his workshop, stretching his arms upward, his body rising slowly in a long curve. His tools lie arranged on a low table: chisels, small hammers, a few planks of fresh-cut wood. The warm scent of wood shavings drifts into the street, sweet and earthy.
He picks up a small stool he has been working on. Its legs are smooth, its seat carved with simple geometric patterns. He runs his fingers over the carvings, inspecting them not with critical sharpness, but with the gentle attention of someone who knows the rhythm of his craft. Satisfied, he sets the stool down, ready to continue at his own calm pace. Not far from him, a woman who works with textiles begins unrolling a length of linen she dyed early in the morning. The cloth spills out like a soft ribbon, its fibers catching the afternoon light in subtle silvery threads. She inspects the color, an earthy brown touched with hints of gold, turning the fabric slowly, almost lovingly in her hands. She begins to cut strips for weaving, her reed knife slicing through the fabric with a soothing, faintly crisp sound. The rhythmic snip, snip blends beautifully with the quiet murmurs of the street. We walk on, following the breeze toward a shaded area where children begin to gather again, now fully awake. Their movements remain gentle, not yet energetic. They sit in a semicircle as an older youth teaches them how to shape small clay animals. The children press the clay with clumsy fingers, forming round little bodies and tiny legs.
A few giggle softly at each other's creations, a lopsided goat, a duck with ears too long, a bull whose horns point in opposite directions. Their teacher smiles with patient fondness, reminding them that clay remembers every touch, but forgives every mistake. If it collapses, just start again, slow, like breathing. And the children nod solemnly, taking his advice as though it were an ancient rule. Beyond them, the river's distant murmur grows just a little louder as the breeze carries it further into the city's heart. The water flows steadily, its surface flickering with soft reflections of sunlight. A few farmers begin returning from the fields, walking at an easy pace, their sandals dusted with fine earth. They carry bundles of reeds and baskets of small vegetables, cucumbers, onions, herbs, some destined for the evening meal, some to be shared or sold. Their voices float in the air in low, warm tones, discussing the water levels, the health of the crops, or perhaps a neighbor's new baby. In Sumer, community life is woven deeply into every moment, even in the smallest exchanges. We continue until we reach a quiet stretch along the outer edge of the neighborhood. Here, a group of women sit near large clay basins filled with cool water. They wash laundry with slow, practiced motions. The cloth meets the water with a soft splash. The gentle scrubbing creates a faint, steady rhythm. And when they wring the garments out, the water patters softly back into the basin in delicate streams. The women chat softly while they work, their voices low and melodic. One speaks about a dream she had the night before, a dream of walking through a garden where the trees grew tall enough to touch the clouds. Another talks about the upcoming festival, how she hopes to prepare a special sweet bread if she can find enough honey. Their laughter is warm and unhurried, rising now and then in drifting waves. A young girl beside them carefully folds the drying cloth, her movement slow and thoughtful. She pauses often to smooth out wrinkles, leaning close to inspect her work. Her mother glances at her with quiet pride, offering a soft word of encouragement. The afternoon continues to unfold with this gentle rhythm, stirrings of life returning, but never with force or hurry. The sun casts long golden angles across the streets, touching the tops of walls, slipping into doorways, warming the earth with a comfortable glow. A few men begin repairing a small section of the irrigation channel near the edge of the city. They move at an easy pace, their tools making soft, deliberate taps as they work. They talk as they shape the fresh mud brick, exchanging thoughts about the weather or the best seeds for next season's planting. Each motion is measured, steady, like steps in a slow dance they have performed many times. Close by, a pair of grandmothers sit on a shaded bench, spinning wool with practiced hands. The fibers twist between their fingers in a smooth, continuous flow. They speak in quiet tones, reminiscing about their youth, laughing gently at memories of forgotten festivals, old friends, and moments that still linger in the heart even after many decades. One of them pauses to sip water from a clay cup, then sighs softly with contentment, saying that the afternoon feels just right, neither too warm nor too cool. The other nods in full agreement, her smile serene. As we drift past them, the breeze carries the soft scent of baked bread from a nearby home. loaves pulled fresh from the clay oven, their crusts warm and fragrant. The aroma is comforting, familiar, the kind that settles easily into memory. The city, still calm, seems to hum gently under the soft light. Everyone moves at their own peaceful pace, unhurried, fully present. Every detail, the sound of footsteps on packed earth, the flutter of linen curtains, the faint clink of pottery, blends together into a tapestry of simple, restful life. And we walk through it all slowly, breathing with the rhythm of ancient Sumer, letting the warmth of the afternoon settle like a soft blanket over our thoughts. As the afternoon deepens, the sunlight softens, settling into a warm, amber glow that rests gently over the rooftops of the city. The shadows begin to lengthen, stretching slowly across the streets like sleepy cats finding the most comfortable places to settle. The breeze carries a cooler touch now, slipping through the alleys with the tender whisper, calming the warmth that lingered through midday. We wander toward a quieter part of the neighborhood where the homes sit a little farther apart. Here, small gardens flourish behind low walls, patches of herbs, tidy rows of vegetables, and clusters of flowers that brighten the earth with delicate reds, soft yellows, and pale purples. The scent of mint and fresh earth drifts into the path as we walk.
A woman kneels in one of the gardens, her hands gently brushing soil from the leaves of young plants. She works slowly, adjusting each stem with patient attention. Now and then, she pauses to rest her hands on her knees, closing her eyes for a moment to feel the breeze on her face. Her movements are unhurried, as though she has all the time she needs, as though her garden grows best in the rhythm of deep, steady breathing. Nearby, a young man checks on his small flock of sheep. The animals graze calmly, nibbling at patches of dried grass and reeds. Their soft bleats echo faintly in the afternoon air, blending with the rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of distant voices. The shepherd moves among them with a relaxed gait, his staff tapping lightly against the ground. He stops to stroke the back of one of the sheep, whispering to it in a warm, soothing tone. Further ahead, we come upon a pair of boys rolling a small clay wheel between them. They take turns pushing it gently along the ground, watching it wobble and spin with fascination. When it tips over, they laugh quietly, never loud, never sharp, just the soft, bubbling laughter of children at ease. One of them picks up the wheel, dusts it off carefully, and sets it upright for another slow roll. The houses here seem especially peaceful. Reed mats sway lazily from doorways. Clay jars rest along the walls, cooling in the shade. A few chickens scratch at the dirt, clucking contentedly as they find bits of grain left from the earlier meal. We step through a narrow gateway into another courtyard, more secluded and shaded. In the corner, a potter sits at her wheel, shaping a vessel with tender precision. Her hands move steadily, pressing, guiding, smoothing. The wheel turns slowly, softly, the clay rising beneath her fingers like a small, growing column of earth. She hums under her breath, her voice blending seamlessly with the motion of her work. A finished bowl, still drying, rests beside her. Its surface is painted with simple looping patterns, circles and waves that reflect the potter's calm artistry. She pauses to examine her creation, tilting her head, smiling quietly, and then returns to shaping the next piece with renewed patience. In another corner of the courtyard, an elderly woman tends a small fire beneath a clay stove. She places a clay pot over the coals, adding lentils, onions, and herbs in slow, mindful motions. The smell rises gently, savory, warm, comforting. She stirs the pot with the wooden spoon, the liquid swirling softly inside. Now and then, she glances upward, watching a pair of doves glide lazily across the open patch of sky. The birds land on a low roof tile, cooing in quiet, rhythmic notes. Their sounds fill the courtyard with a soothing, melodic calm.
A few steps away, a craftsman sits repairing a broken basket. He holds the reeds between his fingers with practiced ease, weaving them through the existing structure in smooth, looped motions. The basket takes shape slowly, strand by strand, like a soft ritual practiced countless times. He pauses often to inspect his progress, nodding with gentle satisfaction before continuing. As the light shifts further into afternoon, we head toward a wider street where the activity of the city begins to pick up again, though always at a calm pace. Merchants return to their stalls, arranging goods with quiet care. Farmers set down their baskets of produce, offering cucumbers, onions, and herbs to neighbors who wander past. A few people gather around a musician sitting beneath the shade of a tall date palm. He holds a long-necked lute, gently plucking its strings. The melody he plays is slow, warm, and deeply soothing. Notes rising and falling like distant waves. The listeners close their eyes, letting the music drift through them, carrying away the last remnants of midday heaviness. The musician smiles, lost in his own quiet world, his fingers moving gracefully along the strings. The sound fills the air like a soft breeze, weaving itself through the street, wrapping gently around each passerby. Beyond the musician, a small group of scholars sit on low stools, unrolling clay tablets and reading their inscriptions. Their conversations are murmured, patient, full of curiosity. One scholar traces a line of cuneiform with his fingertip, thinking deeply before offering a quiet observation. Another nods, leaning closer to examine the tablet in the warm light. Their voices remain soft, absorbed, respectful. We move on,
drifting toward the river's edge once more. Here, the late afternoon sun shimmers across the surface of the water, scattering gold across the rippling waves. The river moves steadily but gently, as if aware of the day's calm and choosing to match its pace. A few fishermen mend their nets along the bank. They sit comfortably in the grass, pulling each knot tighter with slow, practiced gestures. The nets stretch out across the ground like delicate woven blankets. Occasionally, one of the fishermen leans back to rest his eyes, breathing deeply, savoring the gentle sounds of the water. Nearby, a woman rinses a small basket in the river, turning it slowly in the cool flow. She lifts it, inspects it, then dips it again, repeating the motion with serene dedication. Each dip sends tiny ripples across the water, which catch the light and sparkle softly. A little farther down, a young couple sits on the riverbank, sharing a quiet moment. They speak in low whispers, pointing now and then at a drifting leaf or a bird gliding overhead. Their hands occasionally brush against each other, not in a rush or in boldness, but in a simple, peaceful closeness. The river continues to hum its gentle song, a sound that seems to soothe everything around it. And we linger here for a moment, breathing in the calm, watching the water move with its effortless grace.
As the afternoon leans further toward evening, the light grows even softer, shifting into deeper shades of gold. The quiet world of ancient Sumer seems to slow once more, as though preparing for the tender peace of night. We walk on, slowly, quietly, carried by the warm rhythm of a day that invites rest at every turn. As the afternoon slowly unwinds into the beginnings of evening, the colors of the city begin to shift. The warm gold that filled the streets just an hour ago deepens into a softer amber, then into a pale copper that glows along the edges of rooftops and walls. The sun lowers toward the horizon with an unhurried grace, casting longer, cooler shadows that stretch and blend into one another. The air grows more comfortable now, still warm, but no longer heavy. It carries a hint of the coming night, a faint coolness that whispers across the skin like the touch of a damp reed leaf. This is the hour when the city seems to sigh gently, relieved, welcoming the approach of dusk. We begin walking through a quiet lane where tall mud brick walls glow softly in the evening light. The world feels wrapped in a gentle hush, as though the day knows it is nearing its end and is preparing to let go with serenity. The only sounds are the soft patter of sandals, the flutter of birds returning to their nests, and an occasional distant voice calling someone home. A small group of children, still sleepy from the afternoon's gentle pace, sit in a circle near a doorway. They play a simple counting game with little stones, placing them in rows and patterns. Their voices are hushed, almost whisper-like, as though they instinctively sense the day's slow descent. Their laughter is warm but quiet, like the faint tinkling of small chimes stirred by a breeze. One child arranges her stones into a tiny spiral, then smiles shyly at her friends. Another lines his stones in a zigzag, proud of his careful design. They trade stones gently, passing them from hand to hand. Their movements are soft and deliberate. A mother appears in the doorway nearby and calls them inside for the evening meal. Her voice carries the soothing cadence of someone who has repeated this call many times before. Gentle, patient, familiar. The children rise slowly, collecting their stones with small cupped hands, and wander inside. The door curtain sways behind them, letting out a faint, savory aroma from within. We continue walking, following the scent of cooking that now drifts through the streets in comforting threads. This is the hour when homes in Sumer begin to fill with the warmth of food prepared in clay ovens. Flatbreads, simmering stews, roasted vegetables. The smells mingle in the air, weaving through the alleyways with a soft, inviting touch. In one courtyard, a woman kneels beside an oven shaped like a small dome, its clay walls still warm from the day's heat. She slides a flat disc of dough onto the inner surface of the oven with practiced ease, watching it puff and bubble with quiet satisfaction. The bread browns in moments, sending a sweet, toasty aroma into the air. Her daughter sits beside her, fanning the coals gently to keep the heat steady. Each sweep of the fan is slow and rhythmic, creating a soft rustle. The two exchange a few words, their tones light and warm. The mother smiles as she removes the finished bread, placing it on a reed mat to cool. Next door, a man carries jars of fresh water to his family's evening meal. The jars are cool and heavy, and he lifts them carefully to avoid spilling. He sets them down in the shade and wipes his forehead with the back of his hand, offering a contented sigh. His youngest child runs up to him, arms outstretched, and he lifts the child with gentle effort, humming a soft tune as he carries them inside. We pass a home where an elderly couple sit outside on low stools, enjoying the final warmth of the sun. The woman spins wool with her drop spindle, her movements steady and fluid, while the man shapes a small wooden scoop, smoothing its handle with a piece of sharpened stone. They work side by side in peaceful silence, the companionship of many years settling around them like a soft blanket. Across the street, a group of neighbors gather at a communal table to prepare vegetables for a large stew. Their hands work quietly, peeling and slicing with patient attention. Their conversation flows in calm, measured tones. Remarks about the day's weather, news from the fields, small hopes for the coming week. Nothing hurried, nothing heavy, just the soft hum of shared life. As we wander further, the first evening lamps begin to glow along doorways and inside windows. Small clay bowls holding oil and gently glowing wicks flicker with warm golden light. The flames sway gently, creating soft patterns that dance along the walls. The lamps do not shine brightly, they glow in a restful, steady way, illuminating each home with a tender, welcoming warmth. In one open doorway, a father plays a slow tune on a small harp-like instrument. His fingers pluck the strings with delicate, thoughtful motions. The melody drifts outward into the fading light, soft enough to feel like part of the air, like a quiet evening breeze humming a lullaby. His child sits at his feet, eyes half closed, rocking slightly with the rhythm of the music. It has the feeling of a ritual shared many times before, an anchor in the flow of daily life, a moment of calm that marks the shift from day into night. The sky above the city deepens into a dusky lavender, the first stars beginning to appear like fine grains of silver. Birds settle on rooftops, cooing softly as they tuck their heads under their wings. A pair of goats bleat gently as their owner guides them into a small enclosure, closing the gate with quiet care. We approach a small square near the center of the neighborhood. There, a storyteller, an elderly man with a voice as warm as dusk, sits among a circle of neighbors. He doesn't begin a new tale just yet. He simply sits with them, letting the quiet of the evening settle in. When he does speak, it is in a low, soothing tone, as though he is merely assisting the night in telling its own story.
He speaks of the river, of its steady flow through the generations, of the fields that stretch beyond the city, golden in the sun, silver in the moonlight, of the quiet marvel of waking each day to familiar faces, familiar scents, familiar paths. His listeners close their eyes, allowing the images to drift through their minds like gentle clouds moving across the sky. The breeze stirs again, carrying the soft fragrance of cooking, the distant laughter of children, and the timeless scent of earth cooling beneath the fading sun. The city feels held by warmth, by habit, by the peaceful rhythm of a day winding down. And as the last edges of sunlight sink below the horizon, everything seems to glow with a deeper calm. Lamps flicker, voices soften, movements slow. The night does not rush in. It settles. It drapes itself gently over ancient Sumer, touching every home, every person, every quiet corner with its soft, restful presence. And we walk through it, slowly, breathing in the calm, letting the peace of the evening guide us toward the deeper quiet that lies ahead. As the evening settles fully across the city, a comforting stillness begins to weave itself through every street and courtyard. The air cools just a little more, losing the warmth of the sun but keeping its memory, a gentle balance that feels restful on the skin. The sky has shifted into deep shades of purple and soft rose, like the last blush of daylight, lingering just long enough to say a quiet farewell. We drift along a wide lane where several families have gathered outside their homes to share their evening meals. The glow of clay lamps cast warm halos on the ground, illuminating faces in gentle, golden light. Conversations float softly through the air, low, warm, and peaceful. No one speaks loudly at this hour. The calm of the evening wraps itself around every voice, asking gently to be honored. A family sits around a low table made of reeds and wood. Bowls of lentil stew sit steaming before them, their fragrant warmth rising into the cool air. Bread rests in meat stacks on woven mats, its toasted, earthy scent comforting and familiar. The father breaks a piece of bread and hands it to his daughter with a soft smile. The daughter takes it with both hands and nods gratefully, as though accepting a small treasure. Another family nearby shares a pot of roasted onions and herbs. Their children help themselves carefully, taking only what they need, their movements slow and thoughtful. A small clay cup of date syrup sits in the center of the table, catching the lamplight and glowing a rich amber shade. One of the elders dips the tip of his bread into the syrup and closes his eyes briefly in appreciation. A neighbor approaches with a bowl of fresh cucumbers and offers them generously. They exchange gentle greetings. No rush, no obligation, only the warm give and take that sustains a close-knit community. The vegetables are crisp, cool from being rinsed in the river, and their freshness adds a lively brightness to the meal. We continue walking, watching as families enjoy the quiet comfort of shared food, the soft clatter of clay bowls, the rustle of mats shifting on the ground, the rhythmic tearing of bread. Each sound folds into the evening like a small note in a slow, peaceful song. In one courtyard, a mother feeds her toddler small spoonfuls of warm porridge. The child leans forward sleepily, half curious about the food and half drowsy from the soft lull of twilight. The mother whispers a gentle rhyme, tapping the spoon lightly against the bowl in a slow, playful rhythm. The child's eyelids flutter, the melody lulling them toward dreams even before the evening is fully done. Across from her, a young man eats his meal beside his grandfather. The grandfather tells a quiet story as he eats, something about the river's rise many years ago, or perhaps a memory from harvest seasons long past. The young man listens patiently, nodding every so often, his eyes soft with affection. The story rises and falls like the tide, carried by the old man's warm, rasping voice, As we continue down the lane, we notice a cluster of neighbors sharing a larger communal meal. They sit on mats spread across the ground, passing bowls from hand to hand with easy familiarity. Their laughter is soft but steady, an evening rhythm that brings everyone closer. A baby rests against one woman's chest, sleeping through the gentle noise as though cradled by the very warmth of the group. Not far from them, a few men sit outside their home, sipping a light drink made from fermented barley. They talk about the day's work, the fields, the weather, the irrigation channels. Their voices are steady and calm, their words flowing like a slow river carrying small stories from one person to the next. We wander toward a narrower alley where the glow of lamps flickers against the mud brick walls. A faint breeze sweeps through, carrying the scent of cooling earth and distant reeds. A couple sits outside their home, sharing a quiet meal in contented silence. After finishing, they lean back against the wall, letting the warmth of the day's last light seep gently into their bones. A dog curls at their feet, yawning deeply, its tail giving a slow, tired wag. Its ears perk when someone walks by, but it remains relaxed, too comfortable to do more than blink lazily at the world around it. Further ahead, an elderly woman sits beside a small table, splitting dates into neat halves and removing their pits with careful fingers. She places them in a small basket, preparing them for a sweet treat to be made in the morning. She hums a slow, rhythmic tune, a melody as steady as her hands, a song passed down from mothers and grandmothers before her. The hum blends with the quiet of the evening like a soft thread woven into nightfall.
As we round another corner, we find a group of children sitting on a wooden bench, finishing their small bowls of evening stew. Their voices are soft, their movements slow as they lean sleepily against each other. One child begins telling a simple story, something about a clever fox who outsmarted a stubborn goat, and the others listen with drowsy smiles. The story is gentle, playful, unburdened by urgency. It drifts like a soft breeze, easy to follow even with heavy eyelids. Nearby, a father and mother are teaching their eldest child how to shape dough for the next day's bread. The child presses the dough carefully, mimicking each step with deliberate focus. The mother guides the little hands gently, smiling whenever the dough flattens unevenly. The father watches proudly, offering a quiet word of encouragement now and then. The rhythm of learning, slow, tender, and patient, unfolds naturally in the soft light. The lamps continue to glow, their small flames steady. They sway gently if the breeze touches them, creating a smooth dance of warm light across the walls. Through open doorways, we glimpse families finishing their meals, settling into comfortable positions for evening rest. Some sit cross-legged, sharing stories or simply existing together in companionable quiet. Others lie on their mats, stretching their limbs as they prepare for nighttime routines. The world feels settled, peaceful, wrapped in the quiet comfort of fulfilled daily rhythms. We walk past a home where a clay flute plays a slow, soothing tune. The melody flows into the air like a gentle stream, soft notes drifting through the street, touching listeners with a calming tranquility.
A few neighbors paused to enjoy the sound, closing their eyes, letting the music settle into their hearts. The sky overhead shifts deeper into indigo now. A few more stars appear, bright yet serene. The first sliver of the moon peeks from behind a distant cloud, glowing faintly above the city's rooftops. Its light is soft, unfurling gradually as evening becomes night. And through it all, the people of ancient Sumer continue their quiet evening rituals, sharing food, laughter, soft stories, and warm companionship. Everything feels steady, timeless, familiar. We continue walking slowly, letting the gentle glow of lamps, the warmth of hearths, and the fading hum of voices guide us deeper into the peaceful night, step by slow, relaxed step. As we move farther along the peaceful lane, the rhythm of evening life grows softer still. The last traces of daylight have slipped completely from the sky, leaving only the gentle glow of stars and the warm shimmer of clay lamps to guide the night. The city now rests in a deep, comforting shade, a dark that feels more like a blanket than an absence. The air carries a new stillness, the kind that arrives only after every household has eaten, after conversations have grown slower and lower, and after the day's last tasks have found their natural end. You can sense a shared exhale moving through the city, as though everyone, from the grand households to the smallest dwellings, has released the final tension of the day. A man steps out of his home holding a soft cloth towel over one shoulder. He walks to a small basin near his doorway, filled earlier with cool water from the well. Slowly, he dips his hands into the basin, letting the water settle over his skin before lifting it gently to his face. The washing is unhurried, almost meditative. The water glistens faintly in the lamplight as it drips from his chin, leaving tiny shimmering droplets that evaporate into the warm night air. His wife appears behind him, carrying her own small bowl. She smiles softly as she kneels beside him, rinsing her hands and arms. Their movements are calm, coordinated, shaped by years of shared evening rituals. When they finish, they place the bowls on a low shelf by the doorway to dry, and then sit together quietly on woven mats, letting the breeze cool them. Across the street, a few neighbors are lighting the last of their lamps for the night. They cup their hands around the flames to protect them from the breeze, then place them carefully on window ledges or small stands outside their doors. These lamps glow like tiny suns, marking each home like stars scattered across the earth. A woman hums a low, soothing tune as she trims the wick of a lamp. It is a melody passed down from generations of women before her, a tune meant to settle the mind and soothe the spirit. The notes drift into the air like soft ripples on a calm pond, blending seamlessly with the quiet around her. Inside another home, we glimpse a small workshop lit by a single lamp. A potter is cleaning his tools for the night, brushing clay dust from his hands and wiping the wheel with a damp cloth. His movements are slow and thoughtful. He examines a half-finished bowl resting on a shelf, turning it gently in the light. Satisfied with its shape, he sits it down again and steps away, leaving his workspace as tranquil as a sleeping garden. In a nearby courtyard, a family gathers around a shallow fire pit. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, radiating soft warmth into the air. The father sprinkles a handful of herbs over the coals, releasing a faint, soothing fragrance that drifts upward, sweet, earthy, reminiscent of a long-forgotten forest. The family inhales deeply, letting the scent settle their minds. A young woman sits at the edge of the courtyard, weaving a delicate mat. Her fingers move with slow precision, threading reeds over and under in steady patterns. She doesn't rush. The night gives her all the time she needs. As she weaves, she murmurs a few quiet words. Maybe a thought, maybe a memory, maybe nothing more than a feeling carried gently into sound. Her weaving becomes almost a lullaby embodied in motion, calming and tender.
And as we wander deeper into the city, we find a larger open space where several families have gathered to stargaze. They lie on woven mats or recline against low walls, their faces turned skyward. The children whisper excitedly at first, pointing toward the brightest stars. The adults, however, speak softly, naming the constellations they learned as children, telling gentle stories about the gods who watch over them. One elder describes how the stars guide travelers across the open land, how they remind farmers when the seasons are changing, how their patterns in the sky echo the rhythms of life below. His voice is slow and steady, like someone tracing the same familiar story told many times over the years. A child snuggles close to him, listening with half-closed eyes, comforted more by the cadence of his voice than the meaning of the words. The breeze grows just a little cooler now, brushing lightly over bare arms and cheeks. It carries with it the distant scent of the river, the soft mineral sweetness of water flowing steadily through reeds and shores. Somewhere far off, a frog croaks its nighttime song, a single sound we barely catch before it fades back into the quiet. We pause near a home with an open doorway where a woman is arranging small clay tablets on a shelf. These tablets hold her family's records, simple list of grain, household tools, and seasonal notes. She handles each one with care, placing them in neat rows as though tucking them in for the night. When she finishes, she steps back and closes the door gently, letting it click softly into place. Nearby, a father tells his children their nightly tale. It's a simple one, about a patient ox who wandered too far from its stable and had to follow the moon's soft glow to find its way home. The story flows slowly, like honey poured from a jar. The children's eyes grow heavier with each sentence, their bodies relaxing fully onto their mats. The father smiles as he sees them drifting, adjusting the blanket over their shoulders so the night air won't chill them. All around us, the city continues to settle. The voices fade from the streets. The clay lamps flicker more quietly now, their flames shrinking into softer glows. The night embraces every home, every courtyard, every heart. We walk toward a narrow path leading to the edge of the city. Here, the sounds of daytime would normally fade completely, replaced by the soft hum of insects and the distant lap of water against riverbanks. But tonight, even those sounds seem gentler, as though the world itself is ready to sleep. A lone figure sits by a small rooftop garden, tending to a few pots of herbs and flowers. He checks the soil with his thumb, adds a small sip of water to one pot, then sits back to admire the plants. The garden is simple, just a few sprigs of mint, some fragrant blossoms, and a handful of reeds, but he tends to it with deep affection. He inhales the scent of the mint, letting it ease his breathing and calm his mind. The rooftop view stretches over the entire city. From here, the lamps look like tiny golden stars resting on earth, mirroring the constellations above. The rooftops, made of cool mud brick, stretch in quiet rows. The alleyways look like soft lines drawn with a gentle hand. And beyond it all, the great river glimmers faintly, catching the starlight in ripples so slight they seem almost still. We pause with him, sharing his view. The night feels endless, peaceful, unbroken. There is no need to think of tomorrow or yesterday or anything beyond this moment. The warm night air, the soft glow, the hush of distant waters, all of it forms a cradle of quietness around the city. The man eventually stands, stretches slowly, and steps inside to rest. The rooftop becomes quiet again, left to the stars and the sleeping plants. And so we continue our calm, unhurried journey through the nighttime heart of ancient Sumer, drifting onward, deeper into the city's restful embrace, letting the soft glow, the quiet sounds, and the steady pulse of this ancient world lull us further toward sleep.
Outside, a few more neighbors walk slowly along the lanes, exchanging sleepy greetings. Their footsteps make almost no sound. A woman carrying a small basket filled with herbs waves gently to a man closing his shutters for the night. They speak only in soft tones, their words blending seamlessly with the quiet all around them. A young couple strolls hand in hand, their pace unhurried. They pause near a low wall to admire the moon, now climbing higher in the sky. It casts a silvery glow over the rooftops, creating delicate shadows that shift as the breeze moves through the city. The couple leans against each other, sharing a private silence that needs no words. In a distant courtyard, the last sounds of light work drift into the air. A woman finishes folding a woven cloth, smoothing it in shelf. She wipes her hands on her tunic, then looks around her tidy courtyard with quiet satisfaction. Her tasks for the day are complete. She steps back inside her home, leaving her clay lamp flickering softly through the doorway. We walk along the riverbank now, where the sounds of water create a steady, soothing rhythm. The river's surface glimmers faintly, catching pieces of starlight and holding them gently like small secrets resting on the water. Reeds sway lightly, moving in slow waves as the wind brushes past them. A fisherman sits near the water's edge, not to work, but simply to enjoy the quiet. His basket is empty, his tools neatly placed beside him. He runs his fingers through the cool sand and watches the ripples form on the water's surface. Every so often, he dips his hand into the river, letting the coolness wrap around his fingers. Then he pulls it back and shakes off the droplets, watching them fall like tiny pearls onto the ground. Farther down the bank, we see a pair of young boys lying on their backs, their arms folded behind their heads. They point at the constellations, tracing shapes in the air with slow, drowsy fingers. One boy speaks softly, trying to recall a story about a star that guided a legendary traveler. The other listens, nodding now and then. Their eyelids grow heavy, and soon their voices fade into quiet breathing. The breeze carries us back toward the center of the city, where lamps now burn lower than before. Their flames have shortened, leaning gently to one side, as though they too are growing drowsy. The scent of warm clay lingers in the air, mixing with the faint fragrance of dried herbs hung on doorways for good fortune. We wander into a small square paved with smooth stones. A few pottery jars rest in one corner, waiting to be collected in the morning. A dog is curled beside them, sleeping peacefully, its chest rising and falling in slow, steady rhythms. Its ears twitch every so often, responding to sounds only it can hear. But the dog does not wake. The night around it is too calming, too still. A group of elders sits nearby on a long bench, finishing their evening discussions. Their voices are low and slow. They speak of simple things, the rise of the river, the health of their gardens, the small joys of daily life. When one stands to leave, the others follow suit, stretching their backs and brushing dust from their robes. Each makes their way home at an easy pace, their steps measured, their hearts unburdened. As we follow them through the lanes, we see more homes growing dim. Shutters close one by one. Lamps are snuffed gently, leaving behind faint curls of smoke that rise and disappear into the night. Here and there, we catch glimpses of families already asleep, children curled against parents, elders wrapped in simple blankets, young adults lying on their mats with relaxed limbs and peaceful expressions. The entire city seems to be exhaling slowly, sinking deeper into rest with each passing moment. The silence now is deeper, like a long, gentle pause in which the world seems to hover between waking and dreaming. Even the animals have found their places, goats resting in small pens, cats curled beneath windows, birds tucked safely into reed nests along the riverbanks. We walk toward the great temple district where even the massive structures seem to soften under the moonlight. The ziggurat rises slowly into the night, its steps catching thin layers of silver glow. It stands not as something imposing or grand at this hour, but as a calm guardian, watching peacefully over the city. At its base, a lone priest completes his final offerings of the night. He places small grains on a shallow dish, bows his head, and whispers a few words too soft for us to hear. When he finishes, he extinguishes the last ritual flame and turns toward his quarters, walking with a serenity shaped by long devotion. We drift once more into the residential lanes, passing by homes where the quiet of sleep has settled fully. The moon continues its slow ascent, painting the world with gentle light. The breeze still moves softly, carrying whispers of reeds, clay, and distant water. Everything is steady. Everything is calm. And as we take another slow step, and then another, it feels as though the night itself is encouraging us to rest, to breathe softly, to settle into the same deep, peaceful stillness that has embraced the ancient city. As we walk deeper into the heart of the quiet city, the night folds around us like a soft woven blanket. Every movement feels slower now, softened by the hush that has settled across the rooftops and courtyards. The cool air brushes lightly against the clay walls, whispering through narrow alleys, carrying with it the faintest sense of warm earth, dried grain, and distant river reeds. Ahead of us, a small home still has a single lamp lit by the door. The flame flickers gently, stretching shadows across the entrance. As we draw closer, we see a man sitting just inside, finishing the last lines of a simple letter pressed into a clay tablet. His stylus moves slowly, carefully, as though each mark is a quiet thought being tucked into place. When he completes it, he exhaled softly, sets the tablet on a shelf to dry, and rests his hands on his knees. He closes his eyes, letting the peacefulness of the night settle deep into his chest.
He doesn't speak, He simply breathes. Slow, steady breaths that mirror the calm of the sleeping city. After a moment, he stands, gently pinches the lamp's wick to lower the flame, and closes the door behind him. The night outside absorbs the last bit of light with quiet grace. Moving on, we pass a few storage yards where baskets of grain are covered for the night. The cloth coverings rise and fall slightly with the breeze, shifting like slow waves on a peaceful sea. The smell of barley lingers in the air, warm, comforting, familiar to every household in Sumer. Even the storage jars seem to rest, their rounded surfaces catching just enough moonlight to glow faintly under the soft sky. Further along, a pair of young women sit on a rooftop, speaking in soft whispers. Their voices are light, barely audible from where we stand. They sit close, their legs folded beneath them, their hands resting loosely in their laps. One gestures gently as she speaks, her movements slow and graceful. The other listens with her chin resting in her palm, her eyes drifting occasionally to the moon above them. They aren't discussing anything urgent. Their words flow like easy streams, touching lightly on moments from their day. Who they spoke to, what they cooked, which neighbors stopped by to share news. Their laughter, when it comes, is little more than a breath, gentle and sweet, blending effortlessly with the night air. Soon they fall into a comfortable silence, looking out across the rooftops in quiet thought. Their silhouettes blend with the shadows as they lean back on their hands, letting the cool night breeze flow across their faces. On another roof, a family has already lain down for the night. They've unrolled soft mats made from reeds and wool, spreading them in neat rows under the open sky. A father lies flat on his back, hands resting on his stomach, gazing upward. Beside him, a mother curls gently on her side, her back warmed by the faint glow of the moonlight. Their children nestle close, forming a cluster of small shapes softened by relaxed breathing and shared warmth. A jar of water sits nearby, the moon's reflection shimmering against its surface. The faint sound of a night bird drifts across the rooftops, a single note that rises and fades like a lullaby offered to the sleeping city. We step away quietly, leaving the family in their peaceful stillness. Descending from the rooftops, we return to the streets where the last few lamps burn low. Their flames waver gently, sinking closer to the wick as the oil thins. They cast long, stretched shadows on the walls, painting the lanes in slow-moving, dream-like shapes. Farther ahead, we reach a courtyard where a man sits with his back against a tall pot filled with soil and reeds. He holds a small drum on his lap, its surface worn smooth by years of use, and taps a slow, soft rhythm with the tips of his fingers. The rhythm is steady, patient, unhurried. It repeats again and again, each repetition quieter than the last. The man's eyes are half closed as he plays, his breaths matching the tempo of the gentle tapping. When he finally stops, he sets the drum aside and leans his head back against the clay pot. His shoulders lower, and his eyes drift closed fully, letting the quiet carry him towards sleep. The drum rests beside him, silent now, as peaceful as the rest of the city. Nearby, a small group of goats sleeps in a wooden pen. They lie in a loose circle, their bodies relaxed, their breathing soft and even. One goat shifts slightly in its sleep, brushing its head against another's back before settling again. A few faint bleats whisper through the air, but they are gentle, barely more than murmurs. An owl perches on the edge of a roof above them, its feathers smooth and still. It watches the city with large, steady eyes that reflect the moonlight. It moves only once, turning its head with slow precision, before tucking its wings closer and returning to its quiet vigil. We continue onward, noticing how the night deepens with every step. The shadows become thicker, softer. The sky grows darker, inviting more stars to emerge. And every home, every alley, every courtyard now carries the same unspoken message: rest, rest, rest. At the edge of the city, we find a cluster of small gardens. By day, they are places of lively tending and quiet care, with families watering herbs and gathering vegetables. But now, they are still. The leaves barely rustle. The earth releases a cool, pleasant smell that mixes with the dew that begins to form on the plants. A farmer stands beside one garden, checking a small plot where new sprouts have begun to emerge. He crouches down, running a gentle hand along the topsoil. He nods to himself, satisfied not with the speed of growth, but with the promise of it. The night is too peaceful for worry. He stands slowly, wipes his hands on his tunic, and walks home with the easy gait of someone who trusts the earth to continue its quiet work. We follow the main path as it curves gently toward the river once more. The water has grown even calmer now, its surface turning into a long, smooth ribbon of reflected starlight. What ripples it carries are slow and wide, pushed lightly by the breeze or the drifting reeds along the banks. The sound of the river is softer than before, a low continuous murmur, like someone whispering the same soothing phrase over and over again until it becomes a lullaby. That murmur has comforted Sumerian families for generations, soothing children to sleep, calming farmers after long days, enwrapping every home in the steady rhythm of flowing water. We pause along the bank, letting the sounds settle into our own breathing. The night holds us gently, here, in this moment, surrounded by the same peace that has comforted countless lives across countless nights. And as we step farther along the river, the city behind us falls into deeper rest, its rooftops quiet, its lamps dim, its people wrapped in the safety of their homes, their families, their dreams.
And we too drift with it, slowly, quietly, deeper toward a place where the world softens and the mind can finally let go. As we linger near the river's quiet edge, the night begins to deepen into a tender stillness that feels almost sacred. The world seems to breathe in long, slow rhythms, as if the entire city is drifting together toward a dream. The moon above gently brightens as it climbs, its pale glow spreading slowly across the water like a silver veil unfolding in the dark. A small cluster of reeds rustles faintly nearby, stirred by the lightest movement of the breeze. The sound is delicate, almost like a whisper shared between plants, barely touching the air. In this deep calm, even the smallest motions seem to carry meaning. A single reed bends softly, then another follows, and soon the whole patch sways in a tranquil, unhurried pattern that echoes the flow of the river beside it. As we step away from the shoreline and wander back toward the quiet lanes of the city, we feel the night growing thicker, warmer, more serene. Lamps that once burned brightly are now reduced to faint glimmers, their light thinned to gentle embers. Their glow spills just far enough to create a soft halo on the ground, then fades quietly into the surrounding darkness. We pass a low mud brick house where the doorway remains open to the night. Inside, an elderly couple lies on their shared mat, facing one another. Their hands rest lightly between them, fingertips just touching. Their breathing is synchronized, rising and falling like paired waves. A clay lamp sits on a ledge beside them, its flame nearly gone, offering only a dim orange shimmer. As we watch, the flame flickers once, then settles into a steady, tiny glow. Everything around them radiates warmth and quiet. Their woven blankets are pulled loosely around their shoulders. A small wooden box sits near their heads, filled with keepsakes, tiny beads, a polished stone, a scrap of old textile. They sleep beside their memories, content and peaceful. Outside, the street is empty except for a single clay pot resting near the doorway, half filled with cool water. Drops of condensation cling to its surface, catching the moonlight with soft glints. The pot has been left there intentionally, an offering of convenience for the night, or perhaps simply a quiet tradition of refreshment for anyone returning late. Continuing down the lane, we come upon a young mother sitting in the doorway of her home. Her infant sleeps peacefully in her arms, wrapped in a thin cloth patterned with gentle colors. The mother rocks the child in slow, soothing motions, her eyes half closed in calm appreciation of the night's coolness. She hums a soft tune, little more than a breath of melody, something passed down through generations of women who soothe their children in the same way. The baby sighs, a tiny puff of sound that warms the quiet. The mother smiles faintly, brushing her hand across the child's cheek before drawing the cloth closer. After a few moments, she leans back inside, laying the baby gently onto a small mat. She stays by the child's side, watching the slow rise and fall of the blanket. Eventually, she too lies down beside the infant, curling into a relaxed shape on her mat. The last lamp in their home dims gradually, leaving behind a soft halo like a final good night. Across the lane, another home has left a clay jar on a ledge filled with scented herbs meant to keep insects away during the night. The aroma drifts lightly into the air, earthy, calming, faintly sweet. It blends seamlessly with the natural scents of the evening, clay, cool stone, distant river water, a delicate balance of fragrances that soothe without drawing attention. As we move deeper through the residential quarter, we begin to hear the faint, muffled sound of snoring from behind closed shutters. Not loud, not intrusive, just soft hums, steady and consistent, the sound of bodies deep in rest. A man snores lightly in one home, a child in another, A dog beneath a doorway adds its own gentle breathing to the chorus. The night absorbs all of it, turning the city into a cradle of shared sleep. One home ahead has a low rooftop wall, and beside it sits a teenage boy, leaning with his back against the warm brick. His legs are stretched out before him, crossed at the ankles. He holds a reed flute loosely in his hands, though he is not playing now. Instead, he gazes at the stars above as though mapping out dreams yet to come. His face is calm, softened by moonlight. After a moment, he lifts the flute and plays a quiet, simple note, just one, and lets it drift into the night. The note is soft, barely carrying across the rooftops. It floats up, mingles with the air, and fades quickly, dissolving into silence. The boy doesn't play again. He just smiles to himself, content, and rests the flute beside him. Eventually, he lies down on the warm brick, folding his arms beneath his head, staring upwards until his eyelids begin to droop. The stars keep watch as he drifts into dreams. Descending from the rooftops, we enter a narrow passage between two taller homes. The passage is cooler than the open lanes, like a shaded refuge even in the night. The walls rise closely on either side, guiding the breeze in soft currents that brush against our skin. The ground here feels smoother, worn down by generations of footsteps, yet still holding its gentle warmth. In the passage, a small clay bowl rests on the ground, likely forgotten from earlier in the day. Inside are a few dried reeds, perhaps once used for weaving. They lie peacefully now, undisturbed, waiting for the next morning's light. Their presence adds a small, tender detail to the quiet of the night, something humble and unnoticed, yet part of the city's story. As we emerge from the passage, we find ourselves near a communal well. By day, it would be lively, people fetching water, exchanging news, offering greetings. But now it sits in complete silence. The rope hangs still from the pulley, the bucket resting against the wall. The surface of the water far below gleams faintly with reflected moonlight. A small bench beside the well holds a folded cloth, set there by someone who forgot it or intended to return for it later. It moves slightly as the breeze brushes past, lifting one corner, then letting it fall again. The sound is soft, like the whisper of fabric sliding through one's fingers. Beyond the well lies another cluster of homes. Most are dark now, shutters secured, lamps extinguished. But one home still has its upper window open, with light glowing faintly through a reed curtain. As we draw closer, we can see the silhouette of an elderly woman seated inside. Her back is straight, her hands folded in her lap. She gazes outward, watching the moon as though it is an old friend visiting her doorstep. Her expression is calm, reflective. She breathes in deeply, as if drawing strength from the night's serenity. For a moment, she hums a single line of an old lullaby. The sound is thin and delicate, like the brushing of fingertips over silk. After the note fades, she remains silent, simply enjoying the stillness. Eventually, she rises slowly, closes the curtain gently, and snuffs the lamp inside. The window darkens, leaving the night outside even more peaceful. We walk on, feeling the city soften further with each step. Soon we reach a larger open courtyard, a communal gathering space, now empty and quiet. A few benches sit arranged in a circle, their wooden surfaces smooth from years of use. A large clay jar stands in the center, filled with cool water for anyone passing through, though tonight it sits untouched. The courtyard is bathed in moonlight, making the ground appear pale and soft. The shadows of nearby homes stretch across it like long, gentle brushstrokes. The quiet here is even deeper, as though the space itself were holding its breath in reverence for the sleeping city. A cat crosses the courtyard slowly, moving with the graceful ease of nighttime creatures. It pauses to look at us, its eyes reflecting small glints of light. Then it continues on its path, tail raised gently, disappearing through an opening in a low wall. Standing here, we can feel how ancient and timeless this moment is. The air seems filled with memories of countless nights just like this, where families slept peacefully, where the river murmured in the distance, where the moon shone on clay rooftops just as it does now. The night feels alive with history, yet quiet enough to lull even the busiest mind. Ahead lies more of the city, resting deeply under the gentle watch of stars. And we continue walking, slowly, peacefully, guided only by the soft pull of night. Beyond the quiet courtyard, the path widens into a soft, open stretch, where the moonlight settles gently on the ground. The earth here has been smoothed by countless footsteps, yet at this hour, no one walks upon it. It feels as though the entire city has paused, wrapped tenderly in a blanket of silence that becomes deeper and more comforting with each passing moment. A faint breeze moves through the air, carrying with it the scent of warm clay, distant water, and faint traces of the day's lingering dust. The warmth of the ground beneath us has begun to fade, cooling slowly now that the sun has long since set. Each breath of night air feels soothing, steady, and reassuring, like a lullaby without words. Ahead, a tall date palm leans slightly over the path. Its long fronds sway almost imperceptibly, casting thin, trembling shadows that shift in the moonlight. The tree's trunk is ridged and textured, its surface marked by years of growth,
by seasons of ripening fruit, by gentle hands harvesting dates in the early light of morning. Now, in the stillness, it stands silently, as if dozing with the rest of the city. At the base of the palm tree sits a low stone bench, worn smooth over time. Someone likely rested here earlier in the evening, perhaps a traveler passing through, or an elder who liked to watch the changing colors of the twilight sky. A folded cloth sits neatly on one side of the bench, undisturbed. It flutters slightly as the breeze brushes past it, then settles once more, as though tired from that small movement. Walking onward, we find that the city seems to grow quieter still. The homes around us are spaced further apart now, suggesting that we are edging toward a more open part of Uruk, somewhere between its bustling center and its gentle outskirts. Here, the streets stretch wider, and patches of compacted earth give way to softer ground, where sparse grasses grow in small tufts. One home ahead has a low-lit lamp glowing just inside its doorway. As we approach, we can see a man sitting at a simple wooden table. His posture is relaxed, shoulders slumped slightly as though tired from the day, yet content. He turns a small clay tablet in his hands, his fingers moving slowly across its surface. Perhaps he is reviewing a few lines of writing, notes from his work, a list of goods, or a short message intended for tomorrow. He doesn't seem to be reading with purpose anymore. Instead, he looks at the symbols in a soft haze of thought, almost dreamlike in his concentration. For a moment, he sets the tablet down, presses his palms together, and exhales slowly. His breath releases whatever tension remained in him, and the quiet of the night fills the space around him once more. He rises, stretching gently, then steps away from the table. Before extinguishing the lamp, he pauses at the doorway and looks out toward the moonlit city. His eyes soften, his face loosens into a peaceful expression, as if acknowledging the serenity of the night as an old friend. Then he lifts the lamp, gently pinches the wick, and leaves his home in complete darkness. We continue on, moving deeper into the soft outskirts of the city. The sounds fade even more, until all that remains is the whisper of the wind passing between scattered palm trees and the distant murmur of the Euphrates. The river is never fully silent. There is always the faint sound of moving water, like the city's own quiet breath. A few steps ahead, a field of barley stretches into the night. The stalks are short after the recent harvest, but the ground still holds the faint scent of cut grain.
The air drifts across the field with delicate movement, creating a low rustling sound among the remaining stalks. It is a peaceful sound, faint, layered, and steady, like waves of whispers floating across a sleeping world. A wooden fence runs along one edge of the field, its posts uneven and weathered. A small clay jar hangs from a peg in one of the posts, perhaps left by a farmer who planned to return at dawn. The jar rocks gently with the movement of the air, tapping softly against the wood. The sound is so light it could be mistaken for a distant heartbeat, slow, steady, soothing. Past the field, a cluster of small animal pens sits quietly, housing goats and a few sheep. Most are lying down now, their bodies curled into warm bundles of wool and fur. A single goat lifts its head at the sound of our steps, blinking sleepily. After a short moment of curiosity, it settles back down, closing its eyes once again. A soft bleat escapes from one of the younger animals, a dreamy, half-conscious sound before fading back into the deep hush of the night. A shepherd's staff leans against the outer wall of the pen, its wood smooth from years of use. A pair of sandals sits neatly beside it, waiting for their owner to awake with the first light of morning. The shepherd's mat is spread inside a tiny shelter nearby, and though we cannot see him directly, we can hear the gentle rhythm of sleep, slow breaths, steady and restful. Farther along, the city begins to blend more seamlessly with the natural world. The boundaries between built homes and open land soften, the clay structures giving way to stretches of earth, low scrub, and the occasional cluster of tall grasses. The stars above shine clearer here, unfiltered by the smoke from the hearths in the city's center. Their light seems to shimmer more brightly, yet gently, as though they too are mindful not to disturb the peace.
A wide irrigation canal runs nearby, its water still enough to reflect the sky like a dark mirror. A few reeds grow along the edges, their slender shapes bowing gracefully. The canal served the fields during the day, but now it rests quietly, carrying only the soft glow of the moon and starlight upon its surface. Near the canal sits a small platform made of smooth stones. Farmers often stood here during the day, adjusting the flow of water or just pausing to observe their fields. Tonight, the platform is empty,
but it holds the faint warmth of the day's sun, slowly releasing it into the cool air. A tiny insect lands on the stones, then lifts off again, glowing faintly in the moonlight as it drifts away. Overhead, a bird glides silently across the sky, a nocturnal creature with wide wings and effortless movement. It circles once, twice, then disappears into the deep darkness beyond. Its passage is so quiet, it feels like a dream drifting across the world. Standing here, looking across the fields, the canal, the soft scattering of trees, and the distant lights of Uruk, we sense the ancient calm that has settled over the land. This is a moment that could have existed thousands of years ago, unchanged, unhurried, timeless. A moment so serene that it seems to gather all of Sumer's nights into one gentle breath. The quiet deepens even further. The night thickens with softness, and the world feels ready to cradle anyone who wanders within it. We continue, slowly, peacefully, guided only by the softness of ancient night. As we move farther along the quiet stretch of land bordering the edge of the city, the night begins to feel even more spacious, as though the world has unrolled a soft carpet of silence across the ground. The air grows cooler, brushing lightly against the skin like a smooth layer of silk. Every sound becomes softer, rounder, more distant. Even the insects seem to hum more delicately now, their steady chorus blending seamlessly with the faint murmur of water somewhere in the darkness. We approach a small rise in the land, nothing steep, just a gentle lift where the earth has settled over the years. Climbing it slowly brings us to a broader view of the outskirts of Uruk. From here, the city looks like a collection of peaceful shadows, each home resting under the same calm sky. The highest rooftops catch a touch of moonlight, glowing faintly like pale petals drifting in the night. There is a feeling here, a quiet sense of presence, as if generations of farmers, shepherds, potters, and families have all left a lingering warmth in this place, a hum of life that continues even when everything sleeps.
A small mound of earth to our right is covered in short grass, and atop it sits a lone pottery shard. It may have belonged to a larger jar once, perhaps carried water or grain, or stood proudly in a bustling courtyard. Now it rests quietly under the stars, its edges smoothed by time, its surface warm one moment and cool the next. The shard glints faintly as the moon shifts behind a thin cloud, then settles back into shadow. Just beyond this small rise, the land dips again, leading us toward a cluster of low mud brick workshops. During the day, this place would be full of activity. Potters tapping clay with practiced hands, carpenters smoothing wooden beams, weavers guiding threads through their looms. But tonight, all is still. A potter's wheel sits alone beneath a simple roof. It is tilted slightly, as if it had been used right until sunset, then abandoned mid-thought. A half-shaped pot rests nearby, its surface marked with the faint ridges left by the potter's fingers. It waits patiently, unfired, drying slowly in the gentle night air. A small basket lies overturned on the ground beside the wheel, its woven reeds catching bits of moonlight between their slender strips. A few clumps of clay sit near it, abandoned but peaceful, their earthy scent lingering faintly in the air. The workshop feels like a place that held purpose earlier today. Hands shaping, smoothing, creating, but now it settles into a deep, contented sleep. We drift past another workshop, this one belonging to a carpenter. Thin curls of wood shavings rest in a pile just inside the doorway, glimmering softly like pale ribbons. A small stool sits near the entrance, perfectly still, bearing the imprint of someone who sat there for hours, shaping tools or repairing a chest. The scent of wood, warm, familiar, comforting, still lingers in the air, softened by the darkness. A low wooden shelf leans against the wall, holding a few unfinished pieces, a small bowl, a handle for a tool, or a carved charm shaped like an animal. The charm is only partially complete. Its form is faint but recognizable. Perhaps it was meant for a child, or for good luck, or simply as a moment of artistic expression from the craftsman's hands. Now it rests in silence, waiting for morning to come. Walking further, we find a weaver's station, where a loom stands tall and quiet beneath a canopy of woven reed mats. The loom's frame casts long, delicate shadows across the ground. Thread runs loosely through it, stretching in soft lines like the strings of a gentle instrument. A shuttle lies nearby, a simple tool that during the daylight hours would travel back and forth in rhythmic, comforting motions. Tonight, it is still, as if listening to the soft breathing of the sleeping city. Pieces of cloth hang from a line above, swaying slightly in the breeze. Their patterns are faint in the moonlight, stripes, checks, small repeating shapes, but their threads patch the night air, making them flutter like soft wings. The cloth seems to whisper as it moves, a quiet conversation among fabric. Beyond the workshops, the land opens into a wide expanse dotted with low, scattered shrubs. The shrubs rustle gently as a breeze drifts through, each movement creating a soft, delicate hush. The sounds are layered, one bush stirring here, another there, until the rustling blends into a single, soothing murmur that seems to roll across the ground like a slow wave. As we walk past the watchtower, we begin to smell the faint aroma of sweetgrass carried by the wind. Somewhere nearby, a field of it grows in low patches, its scent gentle and warm. The fragrance drifts toward us in little waves, bringing with it a sense of comfort, something familiar and soothing, like the memory of a quiet evening long ago. We follow the scent until we reach a low area where the grass grows thicker. The blades sway smoothly, almost in unison, as though brushing against one another in soft greeting. The movement creates a whispering sound, steady and rhythmic, a natural lullaby of the land. Sitting among the grass is a pair of clay jars, their rounded bodies catching bits of starlight. One jar is sealed, its lid tied with a piece of twine. The other sits open, revealing a small collection of seeds gathered earlier in the day. The seeds rest lightly inside, their tiny forms arranged in a simple, natural pattern. They will be planted in the days ahead, but for now, they lie perfectly still, held by the quiet night. A small bowl rests next to the jars. It is turned upside down, likely placed there intentionally to protect its surface. Its shape is simple and humble, yet beautiful in its own way. Lightweight, shaped with care, crafted to be useful and comforting. A thin crack runs along one side, but it does not diminish its charm. If anything, the crack adds a little character, a reminder that objects in ancient Sumer were lived with, cherished, and gently worn by time.
Beyond the grass, we come upon a stretch of land where wildflowers bloom in small clusters. Their petals are closed tightly for the night, forming tiny, folded shapes that nestle close to their stems. Even in their resting state, they hold quiet beauty, soft silhouettes, graceful curves, subtle hints of color waiting for the morning light. The flowers sway gently when the breeze passes through, creating a faint, tender rustling that feels almost like breathing. The sound blends with the distant call of a night creature, perhaps a small bird or an early waking insect, just enough to remind us that life continues softly even in deep stillness. As we stand there, the landscape feels endless, stretching into the softness of the horizon. The boundary between land and sky blurs slightly in the dim light, giving the world an almost dreamlike quality. Everything seems to settle into a single, slow heartbeat, steady and quiet, as though ancient Sumer itself is drifting toward slumber. The moon sits high now, glowing with a calm, silvery warmth. Its light spills gently across the fields, illuminating the ground in soft gradients. The shadows fall long and smooth, stretching like dark brushstrokes
painted by a sleeping hand. The quiet is so deep, so embracing, that it feels as though we could stand here forever, wrapped in the soft breath of the ancient night. We take one more step, and then another, moving slowly, peacefully, letting the calm of Sumer's outskirts guide us deeper into rest. As we walk onward through the quiet outskirts, the night begins to settle even more gently around us. It drapes itself across the land like a soft woven blanket, light, breathable, and comforting. Every small sound becomes round and muted, as if cushioned by the darkness itself. Even the rustling of the grass seems to whisper more slowly, blending seamlessly with the distant murmur of water that has never once stopped flowing. The path beneath us narrows again, bordered by low stretches of earth where small plants grow in scattered clusters. Their leaves are tiny and delicate, covered in a faint shimmer of moonlit dew, and as the breeze drifts past, the dew catches the light and glitters softly, like tiny stars resting on the ground, mirroring the bright constellations above. Ahead, we come upon a small grove of tamarisk trees. Their slender branches reach upward in feathery shapes, brushing the night air with gentle fingertips. Tamarisk leaves are thin and fine, almost like threads, and when the wind moves through them, the sound is subtle, more of a sigh than a rustle. The trees stand close together, creating a sheltered pocket of peaceful shade even in the nighttime. Stepping into the grove, we feel the temperature shift slightly. The air becomes cooler, more still. The ground is soft beneath our feet, cushioned by fallen leaves and tiny twigs that have gathered in a quiet lair. The shadows here are delicate, shaped by moonlight filtering through the branches above in gentle patterns. They sway slowly, shifting like soft ripples in a calm pool. A small stone rests at the base of one of the trees. Its surface has been smoothed by years of touch, perhaps picked up by shepherds resting here during the day, or by children wandering near the workshops. Someone long ago carved a tiny symbol into it, a simple mark, faded by time, but still visible. It is hard to say what it once meant. Perhaps it was a good luck sign, or a playful doodle, or even just the idle work of someone resting beneath the branches on a warm afternoon. Nearby, a bundle of dried reeds has been left leaning against a low trunk. The reeds are tied neatly with a length of twine, formed into a bundle that seems prepared for weaving. The ends crackle softly when the breeze brushes across them. The sound is delicate, fading almost as soon as it appears, like a voice quietly drifting into sleep. Leaving the grove, we find ourselves beside another narrow canal. This one is smaller than the last, fed by a larger branch of water deeper within the fields. The canal's edges are lined with smooth stones, placed there by farmers to guide the water in slow, steady paths. The stones shine softly in the moonlight, appearing cool and pale. The water moves lazily, its gentle flow producing a faint trickling sound. It is steady and soothing, like a whispered lullaby sung by the land itself. The surface of the canal reflects the moon in a soft shimmer, creating a long, wavy ribbon of light stretching across its length. On the far side of the canal sits a small wooden platform. A simple bucket rests upon it, its rope coiled beside it in a neat spiral. Someone must have used it earlier to water a cluster of plants that now stand quietly nearby. Their stems are sturdy, their leaves broad, their petals closed in tight, peaceful shapes for the night. A faint scent rises from them, fresh, earthy, calming. A single frog sits on the edge of the platform, its small body still and poised. It seems to be listening to the night, its throat moving gently as it breathes. After a while, it releases a soft croak, a low, mellow sound that resonates in the quiet. Then it becomes still again, settling into its comfortable spot, as if content simply to exist in this ancient calm. Beyond the canal, a wide stretch of open land leads us back toward the gentle curves of the city walls. The walls are tall and sturdy, built from thick layers of clay and baked brick. In the moonlight, they appear soft and rounded, their edges smoothed by shadows. Their surface glows faintly with a pale, warm hue, an earthy color that feels grounding and familiar. Near the base of the wall, someone has placed a row of stones as a guide for animals. The stones are smooth and evenly spaced, forming a simple line. A faint trail runs alongside them, created by the hooves of sheep and goats traveling this path many times. Tonight, the trail rests undisturbed, holding only the memory of daytime footsteps. As we follow the curve of the wall, we notice a wooden ladder propped carefully against it. It leads up to a small platform halfway to the top, perhaps a lookout spot or a simple repair area. The ladder's rungs are worn smooth from use, but strong. A faint impression of footprints remains on one of the lower rungs, left by someone who climbed it earlier, likely before sunset. Above the platform, a torch rests in a holder, though it is not lit. The night is calm enough that no flame is needed. Instead, the soft glow of the moon serves as the city's gentle guardian, illuminating only what it must. We continue along the wall until we reach a small archway. It is not one of the main gates, just a modest passage used by workers and farmers during the day. The archway stands partially open. A thin curtain made of woven reeds hangs across it, swaying gently with the breeze.
The curtain silhouette moves softly, like a slow, rhythmic breath. Stepping through the archway brings us back into the quiet outer neighborhoods of Uruk. These homes are sparse, but each one carries its own tender stillness. Clay walls stand softly in the moonlight, their corners rounded with time and care. A few windows remain open, allowing the night breeze to drift inside. In one home, we see the faintest glow from a dying ember, flickering in a small hearth. The ember pulses gently, brightening, dimming, brightening again, like the heartbeat of the night. The faint smell of warm clay and cooked grain lingers in the air around it. A small stool sits near the hearth, and on it rests a bundle of wool, half spun. A spindle lies beside it, its shaft smooth and polished. The person who worked with it earlier must have left it here, knowing they would return to it in the morning. For now, the wool sits quietly, resting like everything else. A little farther on, a tiny courtyard opens between two homes. At its center sits a low clay basin filled with water. The moon reflects softly on the surface, creating ripples of silver whenever the breeze brushes across it. A handful of petals float upon the water, fallen from a nearby plant, perhaps, shaken loose by the shifting air. They drift slowly, rotating in small, gentle circles, like little boats. A pair of sandals lies beside the basin, arranged neatly. The straps are made of soft leather, and the soles bear the imprint of someone who has worn them often. They seem to tell a quiet story, of errands run through the city, of slow walks to the river, of hours spent weaving or tending fields. Now they rest patiently, waiting for the rhythm of dawn. We pause in the courtyard for a moment, letting the night breathe around us. Everything feels like a gentle exhale. The city, the land, the stars above. It is as if ancient Sumer itself is guiding us inward, encouraging us to soften, to slow, to drift. The world grows quieter, softer, almost weightless, and we follow its rhythm, one calm step at a time. And so the evening in ancient Sumer continues to settle like a warm blanket slowly drawn across the land. The sky deepens into a muted blue-gray, and the smallest stars begin to blink gently awake, as though stretching after a long day of hiding behind the sunlight. The soft breeze carries the faint scent of baked clay, river water, and the sweetness of distant fields now quiet for the night. Let us drift onward, still unhurried, still calm, as if we are walking through a place that understands rest far better than the busy world you came from. Not every part of the city goes fully quiet at once. In this peaceful hour, a small corner near the inner marketplace remains open, not bustling, no, nothing so lively. Instead, it hums in a hushed, drowsy way, like a cat purring as it curls up near someone's feet. A few vendors keep tiny lamps burning, small bowls of oil with faint, wavering flames that flicker like sleepy eyelids. They know the night wanderers, neighbors fetching one last thing before turning in, travelers passing through, temple attendants looking for a modest snack to bring back to colleagues.
You see a man selling dates from a basket woven so tightly it has survived seasons of use. The dates are glossy, dark, and sugary, and he has arranged them with patient care. He doesn't call out to anyone. He simply waits, calm and content, tapping one finger absently against the rim of the basket in a slow rhythm, a private little lullaby. Next to her, a woman with gentle eyes sells small clay beads, little trinkets carved earlier in the day. Some are shaped like tiny animals, a cow, a bird, a turtle. Others are stamped with simple patterns. Perhaps a mother will buy one for a child as a quiet nighttime gift, or someone will bring one home as a charm for good dreams. The air here is tranquil, almost meditative, a place where time reclines, stretches, and sighs softly. Nearby, down a side street, a pair of sisters finish their evening tasks. They stand behind a low wall, washing the last of their pottery for the day. The clay pots clink gently as they set them down, the sound patient and unhurried. The water they use is cool and smooth, and faint moonlight dances across its surface in soft ripples. They work slowly, almost dreamily, because they've done this ritual thousands of times. Their hands know every curve and weight of the cups and bowls. They need no thought, no decision-making, only the quiet rhythm of rinse, wipe, place, breathe. A kind of meditation in motion.
When they are finished, they whisper a few words about how the day went. Nothing urgent, nothing emotional, just small, simple thoughts. One mentions that she saw a neighbor's baby learning to toddle. The other remarks that the new batch of barley flour looks promising. Their voices drift into the air like tiny warm threads, soft enough to blend into the night itself. You listen, and you feel your own thoughts settle in the same gentle way, soft, small, unimportant, floating easily. Not far away, a scribe sits cross-legged inside his house, illuminated by a glow coming from a single lamp. The flame is steady, barely quivering, like someone breathing deeply in sleep. The scribe's home is simple: reed mats, a low table, shelves holding baked clay tablets with careful marks pressed into them earlier in the week. He is not working now, not truly. No deadlines, no important records waiting. Instead, he is shaping a fresh tablet from damp clay, smoothing its edges with slow, deliberate movements. He isn't even sure he will write anything tonight. Sometimes he prepares a tablet simply because the act relaxes him. The feeling of the gentle clay, cool and pliable, is grounding. The scent is earthy and faintly sweet. On the table beside him lies his stylus, a small wedge-shaped tool carved from reed. He doesn't pick it up yet. He just shapes the clay, listening to the night, to the faint conversations of neighbors, to the distant lap of water against the canal walls. His quiet pleasure in this simple task radiates outward like warmth in still air. You feel it too, the contentment of doing something small, something peaceful, something that requires no urgency at all. As we drift further, we find ourselves approaching the outer edges of a temple courtyard, not during a ceremony, Nothing dramatic, only the soft, everyday version of the temple, the side that most people forget. A pair of young apprentices sweep the courtyard stones, moving slowly so they won't disturb the calm. The broom bristles whisper across the ground, making a steady, soothing sound like sand slipping through fingers. With each sweep, a faint dust cloud rises and settles again in a soft dance. The apprentices speak little. They enjoy the quiet. One pauses now and then to look up at the stars, counting them without urgency, as though counting helps him unwind. The other hums a gentle tune under his breath, an old temple melody meant to honor the quiet hours of the night. From somewhere deeper in the temple complex, an older priest steps outside to extinguish the last larger torch. He does it slowly, as though dimming the world with kindness. The glow fades into a warm ember and then into a memory. The courtyard becomes a place of shadows and soft outlines, peaceful in a way that feels ancient and timeless. In the residential district, houses settle in for the night like animals curling into nests. Most doorways are covered with reed mats now, keeping in warmth and privacy. The glow of oil lamps leaks out in thin, soft strips, like ribbons of amber light whispering across the walls.
Inside one home, a father tells a slow, steady story to his children. His voice is warm and gentle, rising and falling without tension. The story is an old one about a clever fox who outwits a lazy lion. A tale that is more soothing than exciting. The children relax, their heads resting on woven pillows stuffed with soft fibers. In another home, a woman mixes a small bowl of herbs to help her mother sleep more deeply. She crushes them carefully, humming softly as she works. The scent that rises is mild and earthy, comforting in the way of well-known remedies passed down for generations. Nearby, a dog curls at the foot of a mat, its tail flicking lazily in dreams. It lets out a tiny huff as though remembering something pleasant. Sumer is not gone. It lives here in these small and gentle moments, as real as breath. You step outside the residential district and stroll toward the city wall, where the world feels slightly more open. The wall is not tall by modern standards, but to those who live here, it is sturdy and impressive, a silent guardian. Torches line the walkway at intervals, though most burn low now. Their flames sway lazily, sending orange glimmers across the brick surface. A watchman leans against the wall, his posture relaxed, his gaze sweeping the empty fields with no concern in it. Nothing threatens the city tonight. The fields beyond are dark and soft, dotted with distant shapes of grazing animals lying down to sleep. The watchman nods at you slowly, a friendly greeting without expectation. He returns to watching the quiet landscape, drawing in a deep breath of the cool night air. Perhaps you stop for a moment near the edge of the wall, resting your hands on the smooth stones.
They've been warmed by the day's sun and now hold only the faintest remnant of heat, barely noticeable, just enough to remind you of the rhythm of day turning gently into night. We make our way back toward the river, following a path that curves like a sleepy serpent. The moon above reflects on the surface of the water, creating long trails of silver that shimmer with every small ripple. A fisherman sits on a low stool, mending his net for tomorrow. His hands move slowly, looping and knotting the fibers with careful familiarity. He does not rush. He enjoys the cool night air and the quiet surroundings. He occasionally glances at the river, as though checking whether any nocturnal fish are playing near the surface. But he smiles faintly to himself. He isn't here to fish tonight. He is here to end his day in a peaceful place, a place he has known since he was a boy. The river moves with gentle sound, a soft, steady whispering that soothes the mind, like hearing a lullaby spoken in a language older than memory.
You stand near the bank, listening, breathing, letting the calmness of the water seep slowly into your thoughts. When you turn back towards the city center, you find everything slower now. The air is still. The lights are softer. Even the animals, goats, donkeys, cats, seem wrapped in a blanket of calm. A cat slinks between shadows, tail moving like a ribbon. It purrs quietly as it brushes against the doorway, then curls up beneath a pottery bench, utterly content. A donkey, resting near its owner's home, lets out a long, slow exhale and folds its knees gently to lie down. Its eyes drift half closed, reflecting the dying glow of a nearby lamp. Everywhere, the night deepens. Everywhere, calm gathers like dew. As we settle back into the center of ancient Sumer, the city feels almost like a living being breathing softly in sleep. You take one last slow stroll past the silent market stalls, the peaceful homes, the temple silhouetted against the starry sky. Everything around you, every brick, every mat, every jar, every stone pathway, exists in an ageless moment of rest. There is no need to hurry, no need to think. Only the gentle drifting feeling that invites you softly and kindly to let your own mind settle, just as the city does. Let the quiet wrap around you like the warm Sumerian night. Let the imagery fade into a soft haze. Let the calm dissolve the edges of your thoughts. You are safe here. You are relaxed. You are drifting, and the ancient world settles with you, slowly, peacefully, endlessly. The night in ancient Sumer stretches onward like a wide, warm blanket, its edges tucked neatly under the quiet corners of the city. You find yourself once more along the path where the river flows,
not out of purpose, but out of the natural pull that such peaceful places seem to have. The river has changed subtly since you last stood beside it. The breeze carries a cooler hush, and the moon has risen slightly higher, silvering the water with an even softer glow. It is the kind of light that makes every ripple look like a brushstroke from a weary painter slowly finishing a gentle masterpiece. Along the reeds, tiny insects move with the faintest sounds, barely audible, little chirps and clicks that are more soothing than silent. They create a soft texture in the night, a delicate fabric woven of tiny lives going about their tiny routines. Not far off, a pair of young boys sit on a low stone ledge, their legs dangling as they whisper to each other. They are not awake from mischief. They are simply two brothers who could not quite fall asleep and came outside for a little air. Their quiet conversation is punctuated by occasional sleepy giggles, the kind that rise and fall easily before slipping back into calm silence. Their mother stands a few paces behind them, arms folded gently, not scolding, not urging. She knows they will grow tired soon. She watches them with a soft smile, her expression half in shadow, half silvered by moonlight. Even these small human sounds, the whispering children, the mother's slow footsteps, the faint tap of a foot against the stone, blend into the peaceful soundtrack of the night. Nothing disturbs the calm. Nothing tries to rush the quiet minutes. Here, time is unhurried. It breathes. A little further along the path, you come upon a modest home where a lamp still flickers inside. Its glow spills through the doorway, painting a soft, warm rectangle on the ground. Inside, a weaver sits at her loom, not working in earnest anymore, but finishing the last few rows of a small cloth. She works with the languid tempo of someone whose hands know their craft deeply. No need for focus, no need for thought. Each thread passes through with a gentle swoosh, slipping into place with the kind of ease that comes only after years of repetition. Swoosh. Tap. Swoosh. Tap. The sounds are soft and dependable, like a heart that has settled into contented rhythm. The cloth she is weaving is meant for a child, perhaps her own, perhaps for someone else's, perhaps as a trade offering. Its pattern is simple, nothing elaborate, just a small repeating line. But simple things are often the most comforting, and she smiles faintly as she runs her fingers over the woven portion, testing its smoothness. Her cat sits by her feet, curled into a ball, watching the loom's movement with slow blinking eyes. Occasionally, the cat stretches its paws, kneading the air with quiet contentment before settling again. Eventually, the weaver ties off the final thread and rests her hands in her lap. She leans back slightly, rolling her shoulders with a tired, satisfied sigh. The lamp flickers softly beside her, as though congratulating her for finishing her day's tasks.
She folds the cloth neatly, places it beside her, and begins preparing to extinguish the lamp, moving with the slow grace of someone easing their way into sleep. You drift away from the weaver's home, letting your footsteps carry you deeper into the night. The city now feels softer, as though the air itself has thickened into something velvety and still.
Most homes have gone fully dark. Only a few lamps remain lit, glowing faintly like amber fireflies trapped in the walls. You pass by a courtyard where a family sleeps on reed mats arranged neatly. They have chosen to sleep outside tonight, trusting the warm season to cradle them gently. Their breaths are slow, steady, harmonious. The father lies on one side, an arm draped protectively near his children. The mother lies on the other, her hair fanned out across her mat like a soft, dark halo. The youngest child sleeps with one tiny hand resting on the older sibling's arm. You pause for a moment just to listen to the sound of sleep, the way each inhale and exhale weaves into the quiet night air. It is peaceful in a way that only whole families at rest can be, a shared calmness passed from heart to heart. You continue walking, careful not to disturb them. As you travel further, you come upon a small courtyard that smells faintly of beeswax. A candle maker has left several molds resting on raised wooden boards, cooling overnight beneath the hazy glow of the moon. The molds are simple, long rectangular blocks that will be shaped into lamps and small votives by morning. Beeswax candles were not the primary source of light in Sumer, but some families treasured them for rituals or for special calming evenings. Tonight, the air around them carries that faint honey-scented sweetness that beeswax always offers. It lingers gently, softening the senses and settling into your chest like a calming breath. A young apprentice sleeps on a rug in the corner of the courtyard, curled tightly but peacefully. One of his hands rests loosely on a wooden stirring stick, as if he drifted off mid-task. His teacher must have smiled fondly and decided to let him sleep instead of waking him. There is a tenderness in that detail, a quiet kindness that fits perfectly with the night. Near the edge of the district, the pottery yard lies open to the sky. Large clay jars, freshly fired earlier in the day, cool in tidy rows. Some are wide-bellied, meant to store water or grain. Others are slender-necked, meant for oils or spices. They are warm still, but cooling steadily. When the wind passes over them, it creates a faint hollow resonance, a soft whoo sound, so subtle that you almost mistake it for your own breath. The potter, an older man with a calm demeanor, sits nearby on a low bench. He is sipping from a small cup of barley drink, eyes half closed, enjoying the night breeze. He waits for the jars to cool fully before covering them with cloth, but there is no urgency in his posture. His shoulders are relaxed. His hands rest gently on his knees. He glances at the sky, then at the rows of pots, then at his cup. Everything around him seems to move at the same gentle pace, slow, circular, relaxed. At his feet, the earth is marked with rings from the potter's wheel used earlier. They look like ripples frozen in time, the traces of a day's labor quietly preserved until the wind carries them away. You step back, leaving the pottery yard in its meditative stillness. Beyond the last row of homes, you find a pathway leading to the fields outside the city limits. Few people walk here at night, but the route is familiar and soothing, lined with low stone boundaries and soft patches of dry grass. The crops, barley, wheat, and flax, sway gently under the night breeze, each movement subtle and rhythmic. The moonlight dusts them with a soft sheen, turning them into rolling waves of silver and pale gold. You walk slowly along the edge, listening to the soft rustle of stalks brushing one another. The sound is remarkably calming, like the whisper of a distant lullaby, sung not by any person, but by the earth itself. You spot a lone farmer sitting on an overturned basket near the outer canal. He is sharpening a small tool more out of habit than necessity. The scraping sound is quiet, deliberate, not at all harsh. It blends seamlessly with the other textures of the night. When he notices you, he nods in a warm, friendly way, the kind of acknowledgement often shared by those who feel connected by the peace of late hours. Then he returns to his slow sharpening, lost in thought. The crops sway, the water murmurs, the night deepens. After some time, you wander back toward the city, following the same path, but feeling even more at ease than before. The city greets you again, quieter now, as if it has settled further into sleep during your brief absence. The last few lamps flicker gently, their flames growing smaller, as though preparing to rest as well. Stray cats curl into tighter balls, tucking their noses beneath their tails. Somewhere, an old wooden door creaks softly before closing for the night. The air is cooler, the silence fuller, the world softer. You let your breath fall into the same quiet rhythm as everything around you. And so, you walk one more slow loop through the city, not searching for anything, simply following the lull of your own calm steps. Every pathway seems familiar now, every shadow friendly, every sound softened. You pass by the scribe's house again, his lamp now extinguished, his clay tablets resting quietly on the shelf.
You pass the weaver's home, her loom silent, her cat completely asleep. You pass the courtyard family, their peaceful breaths the same steady cadence as before. Everything in ancient Sumer has fallen into perfect slumber, and as you let the imagery seep into your own thoughts, as the stillness settles comfortably around your mind, you find yourself carried effortlessly toward rest as well. The world is calm. You are safe. You are drifting. And the night continues gently, softly, wrapping itself around you like the warm, timeless hush of a civilization long at peace with darkness and dreams. The pathway leads you gradually toward the small docks where boats rest beside the bank, tethered loosely to wooden stakes that sway slightly in the slow-moving river. These docks are not noisy, not busy, nothing like the daytime bustle of merchants loading goods or fishermen calling out their greetings. No, in the deep, velvety calm of night, they are simply places where boats sleep. The vessels themselves are shaped with the gentle curves of hollowed reeds and wooden supports. They float easily, barely moving, as if suspended between the water and the air. The soft lapping sound of the river against their sides is steady and rhythmic, a natural lullaby that the people of Sumer grew up hearing from their earliest childhood. A lone fisherman dozes in his small canoe, leaning back against a bundle of nets. His head tilts to one side, mouth slightly open in peaceful surrender to sleep. A small oil lamp perched carefully on a flat stone near him flickers low. It casts a faint golden ring around his boat as though protecting his dreams with a warm glow. Nearby, another boat contains several baskets of reeds tied together for weaving tomorrow. The scent of the reeds is fresh, clean, and slightly sweet, the kind of scent that reminds you of quiet mornings, of dew gathering on the ground before the sun begins to warm it. As you linger by the dock, the soft nighttime air carries the faint creak of ropes and the gentle hum of insects. Everything blends together in a tranquil symphony of small, repetitive sounds. Nothing is sharp. Nothing is intrusive. Everything is soothing. Leaving the docks behind, you wander down a narrow path that veers toward the outskirts of the city. Here, where homes grow sparser and the earth is more open, a few animals move softly under the moonlight. A pair of goats rest beneath a date palm tree, their legs tucked neatly beneath their bodies. One of them chews slowly, sleepily, on a final mouthful of hay, as though unwilling to end the day without savoring the taste. The other simply gazes into the darkness, its calm eyes reflecting faint hints of moonlight. Their quiet presence adds to the stillness of the night. Further ahead, a shepherd dog trots lazily across the path. Its gait is unhurried, the kind of walk only a dog who knows every stone and shadow of its surroundings could take. It pauses near you, sniffs the air gently, and then continues on, tail swaying like a slow metronome. In the field beyond, a few sheep lie close together in a tight cluster, forming a small mound of soft wool shapes. They breathe in unison, the rise and fall of their sides almost synchronized. From this distance, their soft rustling blends into the gentle hush of the night breeze. Even the insects here seem quieter, their chirps softer, their patterns slower, as though the deep hours of the night have lulled them too into a dreamlike state. Not far from the outskirts, there is a small orchard kept by a quiet family who tends their trees with care. During the day, the orchard is lively with movement, leaves rustling, children laughing, birds hopping from branch to branch. But now, the orchard is hushed and almost motionless, except for the occasional sway of a branch brushing softly against another. The trees, figs, dates, and a few pomegranate trees stand tall and familiar. Their leaves whisper in a language older than the city itself, older than the temples, older than the clay tablets. A language spoken only in rustles and shivers. A soft fragrance hangs in the air, something sweet, something earthy, something that makes you want to breathe a little slower. It is the smell of fruit resting on branches, of bark cooling in the night air, of deep soil warmed by the day and now settling into its peaceful darkness. You take your time walking through the orchard, letting your fingertips glide gently across the rough bark of a nearby tree. The texture grounds you, connecting you to the centuries of quiet moments that must have passed here. How many people, you wonder, stood in this exact place long before you, listening to the same night breeze? The thought is comforting, a reminder that nighttime calm belongs to everyone in every era. A single fig drops softly to the ground somewhere behind you, landing with a muted thup on the packed earth. The sound is gentle, harmless, barely enough to disturb a dream. You walk from the orchard into a small residential area where one home has a modest garden enclosed by a low wall of sun-baked mud bricks. The garden is simple but well kept. A small patch of herbs, a few flowering plants, and a pair of young date palms. In the daytime, the garden would be bright and filled with small movements, bees visiting flowers, children running past, someone kneeling to water the herbs with a clay jug. But now, in the cool embrace of night, it is completely still. The moonlight pours across the leaves gently, highlighting their edges in a soft silver outline. The shadows of the plants stretch long and dreamy across the ground, shifting only slightly when the breeze picks up. Near the wall, a wooden bench sits beneath the taller date palm. On the bench rests a half-finished basket, abandoned by its maker when sleep called her inside. You can almost imagine her hands weaving each strand with slow care, humming a tiny tune to herself as the sky darkened. Now the basket sits patiently, its shape taking form, as if waiting to be completed in the gentle quiet of another peaceful evening. A clay water jar near the garden gate glows faintly in the moonlight. Its surface is cool, beads of moisture forming tiny pearls along its neck. The jar has been placed there deliberately, as many Sumerians did, to keep water naturally chilled through the night. You can hear the faintest trickle of leftover water inside if you listen closely, a slow, soft slosh, like a whisper too quiet to distinguish. Farther ahead, rising subtly above the shapes of houses and trees, you see the outline of a distant ziggurat, not looming, not imposing, just present, a gentle guardian in the night. You make your way toward it, letting the path guide you through hushed neighborhoods where everyone sleeps deeply. Lamps have been extinguished here. Doorway curtains of woven reeds hang unmoving. Only the faint, rhythmic breaths of families inside the walls hint at life. As you approach the ziggurat's outer courtyard, the air shifts slightly. It becomes cooler, more open. The ziggurat stands still and silent, its layered structure catching the moonlight in soft angles. The stone and mud brick surfaces glow faintly as though lit from within. This is not a moment of ceremony or ritual, simply the ziggurat at rest, the same way everything else in the city rests. Even great structures need quiet hours. On the courtyard steps, a young temple attendant sleeps, curled in a cloak. He must have been keeping watch earlier in the evening, but the tranquility of the night lulled him into slumber. His face is peaceful, his breathing steady. You step quietly, careful not to disturb him. The air here feels sacred, not because of rituals or chants, but because of the deep quiet that settles between the stones. You take a slow breath, letting it fill your lungs with cool, calming stillness. Leaving the ziggurat to its dreams, you follow a canal that branches off from the river and winds lazily through the city. The water is calm, so calm that it looks like a polished mirror set into the ground. Reeds line the canal walls, leaning slightly into the water, their reflections wavering with each miniature ripple. Small fish occasionally drift to the surface, barely breaking the water with the quietest plink. On the opposite bank, a cluster of clay lamps, placed earlier by temple servants, now burn low. Their flickering reflections stretch across the canal like thin golden threads. You walk parallel to them, watching the way each flame gently trembles before settling again. A soft breeze stirs the lamps, and for a moment they flicker in unison, dancing together in a slow, calming rhythm. The night air smells like water, mud, and faint traces of flowering reeds, a soothing combination that feels ancient and grounding. You trail your fingers along the wall of the canal, feeling the cool, smooth surface of the mud brick beneath your touch. The water laps gently against the stones below your hand, offering a quiet, repetitive sound that feels like a lullaby sung by the earth. Everything is still. Everything is calm. Everything invites you to soften your thoughts. As you continue your slow journey, you find yourself approaching a small stall where a basket maker works during the day. The stall is simple,
a wooden frame supporting a woven canopy, with baskets hanging from ropes like patient fruits waiting to be picked. At night, the stall looks almost like a nest. The baskets sway gently in the faint breeze, their movements slow and hypnotic. Shadows dance across their surfaces as moonlight filters through the canopy.
A few unfinished baskets lie on the ground, their forms in various stages of completion. Some are nothing more than a loose circle of reeds. Others are nearly finished, their sides strong and smooth. Tools rest nearby, a curved knife, a bundle of fresh reeds, a stone weight, all arranged with quiet precision. The scent of dry reeds lingers in the air, earthy and slightly sweet, mingling with the cool breeze. You imagine the basket maker here earlier, fingers weaving the reeds with methodical patience, shaping each curve with practiced ease. The calm repetition of his work seems to echo faintly in the air, as if the memory of the day's efforts still hums softly between the baskets. You pause here for a moment, simply breathing, letting the gentle atmosphere sink into your thoughts. On a small post just ahead, someone has left a lantern burning, a courteous gesture for any late travelers returning to the city. The lantern glows warmly, its flame steady and confident despite the cool air. The lantern's frame is simple but beautiful, crafted from thin strips of bronze shaped into graceful curves. Inside, the small oil flame dances gently, casting a soft halo of golden light around the post and the ground beneath it. This lantern feels like a welcome, a warm, quiet invitation for anyone who wanders near it. Its glow seems to say, "You are safe. You are home. The night is gentle." You walk past it slowly, feeling the warmth of its light on your skin, despite the flame being so small. It's comforting, something placed with care, perhaps by someone who themselves cherished the calm of nighttime walks. And so you drift once more into the quiet veins of the city, where each alleyway is a corridor of peace, and every rooftop is a resting place for dreams. Sumer sleeps. The world softens. Your steps grow slower, easier, lighter. You can feel the quiet settling into your chest, the calm spreading through your breath, the weight of the day dissolving effortlessly in this gentle ancient night.